Welcome back to the Wolves of Langston sprites. So, last time on our adventure, we arrived in the town of Langston, where we hope to find some adventure, maybe pick up some quests. But we found ourselves being chased by wolves right off the bat as we entered into the town. We were saved by a dwarf whose name was Rio, I want to say, but I might be thinking of Agatha all along. His name was Roy, not Rio. I'm swapping letters in my brain again because of course I took notes. He was our dwarf, our bald dwarf with a very British accent because I did the classic DM thing and panicked and, well, he's British now. So we made our way safely into town, and there was a funeral happening. A funeral for a young woman by the name of Maybelline. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. We don't know. Why am I crying? There was a funeral for a woman by the name of Maybelline. Her parents were there, thanking the people for supporting them in their time of need. Tomlin, her fiance, who seems to be the town rake, a capital R rake, was thanking people for being there for him. The mayor of the town, Tanya, a half-orc woman who supposedly fought in a war in the Battle of Three Rivers. She asked us, as we were an outsider, for our help to solve the murder. So we started poking around. We met with Tomlin, who was not only Maybelline's fiance, but the herbalist for the town. We spoke when we got into town to Sylla, who was Tomlin's previous lover before she went off to deepen her studies in the clerical arts. But while she was away, Tomlin went out to play like a gosh darn rake. All my homies hate Tomlin. I have opinions, clearly. What? Again, Sylla with opinions. Crazy cupcakes. Tomlin started seeing Maybelline while Sylla was out studying her clerical duties and all that. And he seemed to be wearing wolfsbane around him, which I thought was sus. And from there, we went to go find Roy Sunderhammer, who is a druid who lives out in the forest. But what we found instead was a red wolf. And it turns out that Roy has a disease, has polypox. So in understanding that, when he briefly transformed to tell us what happened, we helped him find the ingredients for a polypox cure, because it was either that or we go to talk to Tomlin again, which, by the way, before we start in with our story proper, I'm gonna give y'all my theories, because my little brain's been cooking. It has been cooking since we last played. So when we went to go see Tomlin, this absolute capital R rake was with another woman. And he was like, oh no, just giving her ingredients. And then we called him on his shit. And he's like, we all grieve in our own way. Fuck this guy. I don't care if he's hot, because he definitely is. But I don't care if he's hot. He's a piece of shit. So we asked him about, like, if there were conflicts or anything like that. And Maybelline had, like, conflicts with the mayor and Sylla because it's a whole gosh darn thing. There's so much tea, y'all. I'm here for it. But yeah, so we helped Roy get the ingredients for polypox, which forces him, which is a disease that affects shape changers. So as a druid who can wild shape, it affects him quite aggressively. So we had together Sage, Hornwort, and Wolfsbane, which, again, Tomlin is wearing Wolfsbane around him. So that's basically it. Thank you very much, Imaginary Fae. Welcome in, readers. I'm Sylla, Aria, resident non-binary fairy, finding I'm the fairy of creativity and curiosity, and today's curiosity is solo Dungeons and Dragons. So, before we get into our tale today, I want to hit y'all with my theories, because my brain's been cooking. So, Tomlin, our piece of shit herbalist, or herbalist, whichever you prefer, he is wearing Wolfsbane around him, for one. For two, the mayor, if you look at her art, Mayor Tanya has a wolf symbol around her neck. Okay? So there's some stuff that relates to werewolves and just wolves in general. So, looking at our evidence of who Maybelline had conflicts with, who she knew in the town, things of that sort. If you look at that, Selene is Tomlin's ex-lover. She left. While she was gone, Maybelline and Tomlin got together. My theory is that the one who killed, and again, if y'all in the chat know, do not tell me. I will fight you. I will fist fight you into oblivion. I will win. I'm small but tough. Swolla Aria will come for you. Anyway, your kneecaps go first. My theory is that it was Selene who killed Maybelline. She has motive. She definitely has a motive. And we haven't talked to her yet, so we don't know where she was the night Maybelline died. And we have heard howling in the forests, and we know now that Roy was not the one. Thank you for the evil laugh, Redeem. We know it wasn't Roy, because he has actually been fighting back the wolves, even in his polypox-afflicted state. So, I'm just saying, Selene seems to be, like, prime target number one. So, I'm just forkin' saying. So, into the story we go, and you will be seeing my notes as we go. Do I really need notes for this? Technically not, but again, I can't change who I am. I got this for art study, but it's being used for D&D notes instead, which is not surprising at all. Session 2. I have a very specific way I like to set my session notes. I don't know why. I like to do this. I always do the top of my session notes the same way. Okay, so where we left off, we had made it back to the inn, and we slept for the night. We were interrupted in our sleep, but we managed to get back to sleep and actually get a long rest in, because we needed it. We kind of got our booties kicked by the wolves. But you know what? Before we get too deep into it, I'm gonna roll something for y'all. You ever
feel like you were born to do something? Well, I never have. At least, not yet. My name is Euala Rose. I was born in a small village to a gnomish father and a wood antique mother. I was raised to know and understand the natural world around me, to connect with all the colors the vast world had to offer. Some time ago, though, something otherworldly called to my mother, and she disappeared, leaving my pops and I with a piece of parchment, explaining that she had to leave. But what kind of sense does that make? If she'd talked to us, either of us would have gone with her, but I guess weird mythical crud'll be weird mythical crud. That left me and Pops to put the pieces of the puzzle together. After a whole lot of research and sticking our nose to the dirt to track Mums down, we finally picked up a trail. So, I grabbed my trusty bow and what few supplies the folks back home could scrounge up, and left to solve the mystery. What could possibly go wrong?
And that is the intro for our dear Euala Rose and their purpose for traveling around the world as they have been. So, we begin session 2, where we left off after taking a long rest. Despite the interruption during our sleep, we managed to settle back in. We gained the benefits of a long rest, thank the gods above. And afterward, you're not entirely rested, but better off than last night. And as you're getting ready for the day, there's a knock at the door. All right, if we answer the door, we can answer the door, draw our weapon, or ignore the knocking. Okay. Let's see. I feel like after everything we've been dealing with, we're gonna draw our short sword here, and we are going to answer the door. Fun. There we go. Weapon in hand, you throw open the door. You scare the innkeeper and he nearly drops the tray with your breakfast on it. After he hands you your food, he stands around for a moment. Was there anything else? He says that there was something he wanted to say, but can't remember. Seems you scared the wits out of him. He's just stumbling out the door when he remembers that the mayor sent you a message. You take the paper out of his trembling hand, reading it while you eat, and the innkeeper escapes your room. 164. The note is a piece of paper with neatly cut edges. So interesting, because usually, in medieval media, they're all, burned and ish. Euala did take the fattest of naps, it's true. There's a new lead that you'll need to follow. Come to the town hall. Checking both sides of the paper, there's nothing else. Okay. 165. After you've eaten, you make your way once again to the town hall. As you make the trip, you feel like you're starting to see the rhythm of life here in Langston. You're seeing many of the same going and coming from the market. Craftspeople of all kinds quietly go about their business. If not for an undercurrent of fear seen in the occasional jump start or furtive look over the shoulder, Langston could be mistaken for any of the other sleepy towns that dot the land. But it's not. It's a place where killers walk the street at night, beasts invade gardens by day, and druids are trapped within their own powers. And now there's something else. The mayor's aide is waiting for you at the town hall. "Oh, you're here," he says. "The mayor's been waiting. Follow me, please." He leads you to the mayor's office and leaves without a word. The mayor looks up as you enter. Buttercup, Her doge, which we weren't allowed to animal handling check to pet. It's some bullshit, y'all. I want to pet the dog. How is this game supposed to be a TTRPG of the year if I can't pet the doge? Rude. In my canon, we're best friends with Buttercup the dog. It's a crime, it's true. Buttercup maintains her position beside the desk. After a perfunctory greeting, Mayor Anathram, I always screw up how I say her name, even though I know I said it right. Mayor Anathram says she needs you to investigate a report of bandits in the region. And if we remember, I believe I gave her a low southern drawl. Reports are coming in of 2 strangers that make citizens feel threatened, she says. Likewise, there are a number of farm animals missing. Also, other items of value. The arrival of these strangers is likely related. Maybelline's death could also be related to these strangers. I want you to investigate. Alright, roll an insight check against DC 15. Okay. If we pass, we go to 212. If we fail, we go to 173. Okay. Let's see. You know what? Alright, let me... Okay. Let's see, what's our insight? +3. Alright. We're gonna roll one of the Sylla dice. I can never look when I roll dice. Yeah! Oh, that's rough, y'all. That's a 7 + 3. That's a 10. We do not pass. Boop. It's clear there's something the mayor isn't telling you, but it's unclear what it could be. It's also clear from the mayor's demeanor that taking on this task is non-negotiable. You have no choice but to accept. Give me your map of Langston, Mayor Antrim says with an outstretched hand. Once you hand it over, she uses the quill from her desk to circle the area outside of town in the wooded area to the north. Search this area for the bandit camp and remove them from the area, by force if necessary. This should be well within your abilities. She looks at you and points to the wooded area around the supposed camp. Use the forest paths. People are frightened of the murderer and the rumors of bandits. Most strangers on the road could cause panic. More strangers on the road could cause panic. You agree, but it's more of a reflex to the mayor's raw authority than a conscious agreement. You take the map and say goodbye. Heading north, as if traveling to the nearby farmlands, you veer off the road into the woods to the east. You pick your way through the woods. As you proceed, you keep an eye on the sun, through the trees and the clouds, and seek out any landmarks you might see on the map. Chat, I will not be, reading any questions or anything while I'm playing, just so you know. This part of the forest is quiet, but lacks the unnatural stillness of Roy's woods when he was sick. It's just a peaceful forest full of all the hums and twitters of a healthy natural environment. A river burbles somewhere off to the west. If you weren't marching toward almost certain violence, it would be a very calming hike on a pleasant day. Okay, give me just a sec, chat. I'm just gonna close my door. As you make your way through the woods, you come across a clearing ringed with old trees with thick, gnarled trunks. The birdsong is especially beautiful here, and the air smells of a heady mix of wildflowers and honey. Sitting in the center of the clearing on a stump, you see an unusual woman. Her skin is bright green, and her hair a tangle of leaves and moss. She hasn't seen you, her whole attention on a robin resting on her outstretched hand as she laughs, and twitters back to the little bird. You found a dryad, a fey creature with a deep connection to the forest. I'm gonna show you what she looks like. So give me just a sec, I'll pull up a window capture for you. Boom. Okay, so just ignore everything you're seeing. Don't perceive all the things. Okay, so this is our dryad that we are dealing with. This encounter would be especially tough for Euala, even just seeing her. Mom? No, it couldn't be. This woman would look, in part, similar to their mother. Their mother, who is a wood antique, who had wooden skin, hair that grew natural vines that just wove within her thick hair, similar to Euala's. She wouldn't attack this dryad. We would probably try to sneak past it. Okay. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, Euala would not be feeling too good about this encounter. So, what is our stealth? It's a +6, yeah. I gave them a juicy stealth score. Okay, this one betrayed us. You know what, let's roll our highest standard. Let's roll our Quinn dice. Alright. Oh my god, that is a 15 total. So, we're gonna sneak past. Let me find this right one. It hecked up. It hecked up. And I don't know where I'm going anymore. So give me half a sec. It's not even that it hecked up, it's just sometimes I don't look at exactly, I believe it was 218. Oh, I still have this up. Lamau. Whoops. It's fine. There we go. You drop into a crouch as you approach and advance on the bandit camp as quickly as you can. I think that's the wrong one. 198. There we go. Wrong one. I jumped forward in the story. Don't worry about it. Sometimes we do the higgity hecky fucked up. 198. You pass by the strange green woman entirely. You continue on toward the area marked on the map. Okay. I kind of wish that I had... I wish we could just talk to her. Lame. It's not lame. There might be a way. Maybe if you go to attack her. I don't know. I might look into that. Who knows? Having left the Dryad's clearing behind, you make your way through the woods on your own, just trying to follow the directions on the map. It isn't as easy as you thought it would be. But you can see the trees thinning ahead, so this must be the place. Approach the camp stealthily or go directly in. We're gonna be stealthy. We're gonna try to get our bearings a bit. You drop into a crouch as you approach and advance on the bandit camp as quietly as you can. All right, 10 or more, we go to 180. 10 or less, we go to 233. Yeah. Okay. That is an 11. Just barely scraping by. Again, nails, great. Matching my dice. Happy about it. Oh, Okay. We got 10 or more. So 180. You remain hidden as you case the camp. You can see nobody in or around the camp. The coast seems clear. Do you want to approach the camp or wait to see if anyone comes back? I'm gonna wait. I say we wait. So 185. Gain inspiration. We have so much. Okay, chat, your job is to remind me that I have now 8 points of inspiration. Because this game gives it out and probably assumes you're gonna use it. So, chat, you are on inspiration duty, so if I fail a roll, remind me because I won't remember. The sun is just starting to slant downward, letting you know that the day is running out of light. No one has returned yet, and if you're going to make it back by tonight as the mayor instructed, you need to get into the bandit camp and figure out what they're doing in Langston. You go into the bandit camp and explore. The camp isn't much all told, and you probably wouldn't think anything of it just stumbling across the site on your own. A competent, but not impressive, fire pit is set up in the center of the clearing, though no kindling appears to be gathered for tonight. Charred bones from a variety of small animals and other less recognizable detritus litters the ground. There don't seem to be any tents, but two rough lean-tos have been constructed to presumably keep bedrolls dry in the event of rain. There's very little else that seems important in camp, though you can see an oilcloth bundle hanging in a tree to keep something off the ground and away from curious animals. It's tied to a tree trunk with a rough hemp rope. Roll an intelligence investigation check to search the camp for anything you may have missed. If you get 12 or more, okay. So, int check. What is our int? Investigation is +4. All right, Queenie dice. 14. So it's an 18 total. Quinn dice. Listen, Avi may not like Quinn, but this dice, mwah, beautiful. Also, I love this set because it's simple. Is the scummy boyfriend still with us? He is unfortunately still alive. Okay. I'm just gonna mark something down because we did regain a hit dice last night. Okay, 10 or more, or 12 or more, go to 207. Adobe, stop asking me if I want to use AI. No. Sorry, I just gotta scroll so that I can see it a little better, just because of my new orientation on my computer. You search through the bandit camp, starting with the oilcloth hung in the tree. A leather scroll case contains a rolled sheet of vellum. Okay. Examining the document, you see that it's a warrant made out to someone named Horace and Titch. Okay. We found vellum, warrant. Those are some Disney ass names. I love it. Horace. Okay, I'm gonna respell that because I can't spell apparently. Horace and Titch. The bandits' names, presumably. It offers hundreds of gold pieces in reward for information regarding the criminal's location and thousands for her capture, dead or alive. Oh, damn, okay. The warrant is for the Wolf of the Road. Oh, damn. Who has an obviously orcish name you don't recognize. Okay, there's another warrant. For the Wolf of the road. Yeah, if I remember right, vellum is animal skin, but I could be wrong. Wolf of the Road, who has an obviously orcish name. I'm gonna say orcish. Yeah, what kind of orcish name is Tanya? I'm just saying. Anyway, they are wanted for killing the constable in Three Rivers. It's coming together, y'all. Who else fought the Battle of Three Rivers? Fucking Tanya, our fucking mayor, this bitch. Okay. Killed the constable in Three Rivers. Okay. Of 3 livers. Didn't know we had 3, but I guess you can drink more. I don't know. Not knowing what to make of this, you take the document with you until you can find out more. These bandits have clearly fallen on hard times as their gear all seems tattered and in poor repair. It's likely that any valuables they might have are also kept on their persons. However, everywhere in the clearing you also find a smaller oilcloth rolled up and stuck into a deep knoll on the tree. In the second oilcloth, you manage to find an agate brooch worth 15 gold pieces, and disguised with some ash, there's a flimsy jeweled dagger worth 5 gold pieces. Leaving the rest of the bandits' junk, you note the day is coming to an end and you'll need to hurry back to town and report to the mayor. Okay, so I don't know if it said to add them, but I'm just gonna mark these down. Agate brooch. 15 GP. And then a silver dagger. Flimsy jeweled dagger. Worth 5. We're pretty loaded, but you know. Okay, 183. Your trip back into town is uneventful. As you walk, the roads are empty of other travelers, though that could also be explained by the quickly advancing nightfall. You've kept your eyes on the tree line too, but no hungry wolves have made another appearance either. No one wants to be caught outside after dark with an unknown killer out there. By the time you make it back to Langston, the sun is nothing more than a faint blush on the western horizon, and stars are just speckling the sky overhead. It's later than you expected, but you feel that the warrant should be discussed immediately. As you arrive at the town hall, the sun is completely gone. The building is dark, but you run into the mayor's aide, locking up just as you arrive. "Mayor isn't here," he says, in response to your question. "Oh, she does often stay into the night. She seemed distracted after receiving a sealed message earlier today. She wouldn't tell me what was in it, but she left shortly after." You let him know that it's incredibly urgent, and that you need to speak to Mayor Anathram right away. Okay, let's get to it. He gives you directions to her house and bids you a good night. Go to 206. As you approach the mayor's home, you see 2 shabbily dressed young men lounging by the entrance to her garden. One is tall and lean with a sharp face that seems set in a permanent grimace of contempt, so this must be Titch. The other, presumably Horace, has a smug smile on his face, but he scratches idly at his protruding belly. Both wear equally mismatched clothing and piecemeal light armor, as if everything they have is scavenged from those even less fortunate than them. As you watch, the mayor approaches from the other direction. She stops to scowl at the 2 men. You see her hand stray towards her belt as if reaching for a weapon, but she catches herself and stalks forward. The shorter of the pair waves and waggles his eyebrows. They greet each other, and not in a very friendly manner, though they are too far for you to hear specifics. After a brief exchange, they all go into the house together. Horace leads the way while Titch takes up the rear. A moment after the door shuts, lamplight illuminates the front window. You approach the house. 197. I'm gonna change our music here. The mayor's house is a large single-story home with a small, neglected garden and a thick wooden door. Like the rest of town, it's built on a stone foundation with timber-framed walls. Lamps have been lit inside and glow through closed curtains. Despite the thickness of the door, however, you can clearly hear voices raised in anger inside. You can continue listening to the door, knock, attempt to force the door, or try to quietly pick the lock with thieves' tools. Okay, so I don't have thieves' tools, and I feel like that would get us in trouble. So, I'm gonna listen at the door. That feels very Uala. We're gonna see if we can hear anything. 188. The door is thick, and the voices are obviously some distance from it. It's only because they're shouting that you can hear them at all. The shouted conversation is occasionally punctuated by a deep bark of Mayor Anathram's guard dog. Roll a perception check. Okay. Okay. 15 or more. Okay, that's 11. I think I only have a +3, so we might miss by 1. Okay, I'm gonna spend a point of inspiration. We're gonna spend a point. Because why not? So that was a 14. Yeah. Okay, 16. 19 total. Thank you. Remembering that I have inspiration. Okay. 15 or more to 17. Gain inspiration. It's like we never even used it, y'all. Despite loud barking, you can make out 3 voices. One is obviously the mayor demanding what the 2 men are doing in Langston. The 2 men take turns speaking in low, arrogant voices. You still can't make out everything they're saying, however. You just catch the words wolf, money, and find out. Okay. Heard through door. Wolf. Money. Find out. Okay, so my theory here is that they might know who Anathram actually is. Because them looking for an orcish person who killed the Constable of 3 Rivers, and we know she fought in that battle. That would add up. And if they know who she is, then they want the reward for her. You can knock, open the door by force, or pick the lock. Let's knock. Go to 205, little. Hello? 205. The voices go silent, and you wonder if anyone is coming. As you're considering other options, you hear the mayor's voice call out from the other side. Who's there? You answer that. It's, you all arose? You wanted me to come by? Is everything all right in there? Silence again. Finally, the door unlocks, and the mayor's scowling face greets you. Excellent. I'm glad you could make it, she says, the most courteous you've ever heard her speak. Won't you please come in? Confused, you follow her into the front hall of her home. As soon as you step past the threshold, you see that the lean bandit is standing behind her with a dagger in the small of her back. Mayor Anithram hardly seems to notice him, however, as she is both taller and much broader than him. "Welcome to the party," he says to you, his sour mouth twisting into a wry smile. "Come in and make yourself comfortable." Growing even more confused, you follow the mayor and the bandit into the house's parlor. The shorter, more portly bandit is also there, casually toying with a dagger and trying not to notice the enormous mastiff staring at him like a meal. Hey, as you were, folks," the broad bandit said. "I'm gonna make him a little bit more. Probably not fucking southern, but more round." "As you were, folks," the broad bandit said, gesturing had an itchy nose, gesturing expansively, then pointing at you with his knife. "It's up to you. Stand over by my companion there, so we can keep an eye on you, eh?" I feel like him also being southern is just coming out. Everyone's southern in this campaign. I guess it's a southern place. Honestly, yeah. You look askance of the mayor. She gives you a single small nod, and you do what you've been asked. 209. 209. Now in the parlor, you can see that the home is well appointed with comfortable furniture and a snug little kennel for the dog. The walls aren't bare, and include a few oil paintings, some sconces for lamps, and other generic decorations expected from a person in the mayor's position. All of it is rather bland, however, as if she selected her surroundings based on someone else's taste, except maybe the stained battle axe hanging over the mantel. A low fire is just getting going in the hearth. The two bandits are standing closer to you. Between you and the mayor's position with her dog, the mayor is sitting in the dining room chair, one hand on her dog, as if restraining him with her light touch. Both are still, but with a tightly coiled fury. "I'm Uala Rose. I'm investigating the murder that happened here in Langston." As you speak, the shorter, rounder bandit makes an elaborate show of listening and nodding. The taller, thinner one lounges against a wall, hand resting comfortably on a knife at his belt. "Do you have something to do with that?" the chubby asks sweetly. His compatriot chuckles and shrugs. "Maybe a pretty young lady found out your little secret while collecting berries in the woods, maybe? Or from a conversation in the market." You're starting to put everything together, but you look to the mayor for more. Mayor Anithram sits in stony-faced silence. Her eyes shift into the middle distance, but her dog continues its vigil of the room. "Well, I'm Horace, and this lean-looking lad is my good friend Titch," says the shorter of the pair, breaking the silence. "Your employer here, well, hells know what name she gave you, but we're here for the Wolf of the Road." We were right, y'all! He produces a wanted poster clearly labeled the Three Rivers Rivers. I want to say livers so bad. I need y'all to know, this is what happens to me when I narrate audiobooks too. I lose the ability to fucking read. He produces a wanted poster clearly labeled the Three Rivers Constabulary. There's an accurate image of Mayor Anithram on it, right down to the wounds where her scars are now apparent. Fucking called that shit. We're good, chat. We are so good. If we are right about the Sun Cleric, bruh. So now your pet sleuth knows, says Titch. I'm changing up their voices a little bit. I've found a placement. We found where we want them so they're not just British. Says Titch to the mayor. But if you don't open up the town coffers, or if we don't make it back to camp by morning, our friends back in camp are going to tell everyone in town your little secret. And we've got more proof like this. You take this opportunity to point out that neither are more conspiracy. Okay, I see. I misread. I'm gonna take that again. You take this opportunity to point out that neither are there any more conspirators back at camp. Got it. Figured it out. I can't fucking read. Neither are there any more conspirators back at camp. Only the warrant. And that is somewhere safe. I see. Stretch. So I can fucking read again? Drink water, you got it. Boom. I see, said the mayor. Her smile is far more unsettling than her scowl. The two bandits glance at each other, the blood draining from their faces. Mayor Anathram pats her enormous dog's head as it begins to growl. You can try to threaten them into running away, or attack them. Ooh, how's our intimidation? I don't think it's very good. Yeah, we have a +0. We're just gonna... Let's start a fight, y'all! 178. Let me find it on my page. You engage Titch, the quick, lean bandit nearest to you. Horace tries to help, but the mayor and Buttercup engage him. Okay, so let's fight some boys. Okay, so I'm gonna roll to die. Mine will be the Quintus one. His will be Sylla. So we'll roll some initiative to see who goes first. 16 to what is his dex? So be a 3, so I will go first. Okay, so what do we got? We are in close combat, so I'm not gonna use... Euala is going to draw her short sword. Alright, so we're gonna go for a stab. That is a 5 plus 6. That is an 11 to hit. What is his AC? We meet his AC, so 1d6 plus 4 slashing. Yeah. 5. So that is a 9 damage. We have reduced him to 2 HP. Okay, that means it is his turn. Yeah. That is a 10 plus 3. That's a 13 to hit. He misses. So that is back to you. That is 8 plus 6. It's a 14. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. 14 to hit. That beats his AC of 11. So we only got it. This is going to take him out either way, but I want to roll anyway. So 3 plus 4. That is 7. So he is down. Reduce the bandit. 184. You overpound it. Overpound? Anyway. You overpower the bandit named Titch, and he falls to the ground. As you're about to finish him off, he holds up a feeble hand and his eyes beg for mercy. His helplessness gives you a moment's pause. Stop! Cries out Mayor Anathram. I've caused enough death and destruction. I will see no more in this house. Horace throws up his hands and drops his knife, while Buttercup snarls at him without advancing. The mayor is standing still and imperious. But in the battle, she had pulled the aging battle axe off the wall. The weapon hangs ready at her side. Let the bandit live, or kill him anyways. We are gonna let him live. We're gonna let him live. You stay your hand and leave Titch trembling with fear on the ground. Horace raises his hands higher above his head. You look at the mayor one last time and she nods. You command both Titch and Horace to be gone. Get out of here. Titch heaves himself to his feet and Horace sidles closer to him. And you, on his way toward the door. You too, the mayor says, producing a full battle axe she was able to hide behind her leg. Damn! Damn, boy, you thick. This is the only time I will spare you. If I ever see you again, I will end you. Yes, of course. Mayor. Horace stammers. He then looks straight at you. May see you around sometimes, though. He tries to hide his fear with a smarmy grin, but it's pure bravado. Titch beckons his squat partner to help him out, and the two leave carefully, but quickly, through the front door. Yeah, Uala is not a killer. They will defend themselves, but if someone's beaten, they're beaten. Okay, 191. Now that you're alone, you give Mayor Anathram the bounty. She reviews the letter, and Buttercup pads over to his kennel and lies down. Clearly, you're now on the safe list. Let me pet the dog. I did not kill him, she says, and I do not know who did. He was alive when I escaped with Buttercup. Mayor Anathram actually sighs as she returns her old battle axe to the mantle. She explains that she was once the leader of a bandit crew for a time, turning to a life of crime after falling into the chasm between orc and human societies. Ah, I see. It came to her as naturally as breathing, and she rose up to lead her own band. She went by the name Wolf of the Road because she led her pack of bandits to their next meal. They operated in the Three Rivers area, robbing caravans and travelers and raiding villages when wealthier travelers became scarce. I was a warrior once, she says, looking at her hands. But then, I was just a thief. But when one of the resistance leaders was killed, a constable of Three Rivers, and the whole area erupted into open conflict, thinking it was an assassination. In truth, it was Horace and Titch who had broken into his home and tried to threaten him into easing up on the band of thieves. They were overly enthusiastic and beat the man to death tied to a chair in his own home. I was responsible, the mayor says. They were my men that murdered this man where he slept. They were my men that murdered this man where he slept. But I refused to be responsible for the next one. I used the chaos of the unrest to escape. She took her bandits on an impossible raid of the invading force. While her crew was being overwhelmed, she just disappeared into the night to join the stream of refugees and found her way to Langston with Buttercup at her side. The people of Langston assumed she was a veteran, and she never corrected them. She lied about everything the whole time she's been in Langston, but she's determined to make things right. But Maybelline had found out, probably from Horace and Titch visiting the market and stirring up trouble. I have changed. I was a warrior once, then a thief, but I was not a murderer, She paused to take a breath. Maybelline did not see it that way. I see. Okay. So, that explains the wolf around her neck. And that explains why she was at odds with the mayor, because in the last session, Tomlin told us that, Maybelline had a disagreement with the mayor in the marketplace. I remember that. So, okay, go to 221. We argued, the mayor says. She did not think someone with my past could be in my position. I disagreed and convinced her that I'm better suited to protect Langston from threats. She sets her jaw, then looks at you, and you see tears shining in her eyes. I was wrong. The next night, something killed that girl. It wasn't me. A loud crack rings out, and you jump. Turning, you see the source is Buttercup, who had just snapped what looks like a femur of a sheep in half, and is licking out the marrow.
I mean, that's about usual. We've had pups back home.
And this is where we are now. We must conclude quickly before my town loses itself in fear. But I wish to show my thanks for your help. Please, let me offer you something from my previous life. So the mayor is offering you something to protect yourself. Or do some damage? Our weapons are pretty good. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Do we want something to protect ourselves? Or something for more damage? Because we already have quite a few weapons. So I'm thinking protection might go a long way if this gets even more violent. We've got one for protection. What are we thinking? I'm gonna let the votes roll in. Yeah, I'm gonna say protection. 172. Oh, okay. You say that you'd like to be better protected from whatever is out there.
Honestly, with how uncertain things are right now, I think something for protection's probably best. I'm strong enough on my own, but I mean, a little twig guy almost got the best of me earlier today, or yesterday. Jeez, the days are kind of bleeding together. Protection would probably be best if you're offering.
Then take this, the mayor says, lifting an amulet off her neck. Ooh, shit, bro! This will protect you from all manner of beasts. It was helpful when I was training Buttercup to fight. She hands you the amulet, and Buttercup huffs for a moment before putting his huge head back down on his paws. Add lesser amulet of the beast to your inventory. Okay. Lesser... Okay, lesser amulet of the beast. Here, I'm gonna show y'all what this looks like. I think I still have the capture set up, so... What the fuck? Hello? Okay. That was weird. Hey, capture? The fuck are you doing? I don't know what happened there. I know I love Buttercup, they're cute. Window capture. Adjust this capture so it doesn't show everything. That should be good. I just want to show you guys what this looks like. This is the lesser amulet, and this is also the amulet that we saw in the mayor's art. So, what that tells me is... So she's... You tell him, baby boy. So she's not one of the wolves, and this isn't protection from werewolves specifically, but it will protect us from beasts. So, the description reads, Lesser Amulet of the Beast. When attuned to this amulet, gain resistance to any natural attacks made by creatures with the beast type. Okay, so I'm gonna write that down for us. Resistance is... This includes attacks made by shape changers in beast form. This does not include weapon or spell damage, which are both dealt normally. Okay. Natural attacks. By creatures with beast type. Okay. You slip the amulet around your neck. Go 222. Boop, boop. Thank you for this gift. I really appreciate it. If there's anything else I can do for you, just let me know, okay?
No, she says. That will be all. I trust you to find your own way out. It's been an exhausting day.
She balls up the wanted poster and the warrant. She throws them into the low burning fire and walks away without another word. But the poster rolls out of the flame before it catches. A door closes toward the back of the house. Buttercup remains to surreptitiously keep an eye on you, while you take another look at the poster and bounty. Or place both in the fire.
I'm gonna take a closer look. 196.
Add wanted poster to your inventory. Okay. Wanted poster. As you're stowing the poster, you see that Buttercup is staring at you. His gaze follows you as you leave through the front door, the same way as the bandits had gone. A low, rumbling growl emanates from his chest as you pass, but he doesn't move from where he's reclined. Go to the inn for the night. Okay. 202. It's late by the time you're leaving the mayor's home. The streets of Langston are completely empty, but the lamps are lit. As you make your way back to the Pickled Hen, which I love. That's one of my favorite things in TTRPGs, by the way, is the weird names of, like, of inns and stuff like that. It's always so fun. They're either really, like, mysterious and dramatic, or, like, the Pickled Hen. As you make your way back to the Pickled Hen, you scan the rooftops and alleys for any return of the creature you saw the other night. You see nothing, and do not feel as if you're being watched. In fact, it's a quiet and pleasant night after the hectic events of the day. The only sounds in the night are hidden crickets chirping and a single long, low howl from somewhere to the east. When you arrive at your room, a tray of dinner has long gone cold, waits for you. And you eat it without really tasting it. Finally, you climb into bed for some much-needed rest, only vaguely aware of another howl in the night as exhaustion takes you.
Eepy time.
You wake, feeling refreshed and ready for whatever the day may bring. Gain the benefits of a long rest. We didn't expend anything, but we do have all of our hit dice back now, which is great. I haven't used any of my spells yet. Your breakfast is waiting for you when you open the door, along with a neatly folded letter. Dear adventurer, my thanks for your assistance with yesterday's challenges. I hope that you are making progress in your investigation into the threat of my town. The victim is due to be buried tomorrow. Visit the temple and examine the body before then. Selene of the Radiant Order has been informed of your visit. Present this note if you have any problems. Okay. And it's signed simply by the mayor as the mayor. Guessing that any thanks at all are due to the mayor's way of gushing with gratitude. You finish your morning meal and then make your way to the temple as suggested. 237. All right, we are starting chapter 5. How many chapters are in this? I think this is the last one, yeah? Nope, there is 2 more chapters. All right. Let's wrap this up today, y'all. I'm gonna take some water before we start the next one. Yep, I'm gonna swap our music out. The Sun Temple is easy to find as it towers over every other in Langston, piercing the sky on the eastern edge of town. As you approach, you see that unlike the timber walls and whitewash of the rest of the town, the temple is made from limestone that shines in the morning sun, even though it is scoured with centuries of rain and wind. This building was here long before the rest of the town, and it will likely continue standing long after Langston is lost to history. It's early when you arrive. The entry to the temple faces west, so as you approach, the morning sun seems to sink behind the spire. The courtyard in front of the temple contains an altar left open to the sun, surrounded by theater-style seating covered with a tile roof. The top of the altar is adorned with the same sunburst symbol you see on the temple spire. As you approach, a single large door presents itself as the obvious entrance. When you push against it, the door swings open easily to reveal a round room with benches around the walls. Passages branch off to the other cardinal points of the compass. However, the cleric is not there as you have been led to believe. You can call out or explore one of the passages looking for her. Exploring sounds more fun. We're gonna go explore. To 296 we go! From where you're standing in the center hall, the passage to the north appears to be a library of some kind, and the passage to the south opens into a dining hall. This means that the western passage must lead to some kind of rectory or series of chambers. Okay. I'm gonna go to the library. Let's go to the library. 258. A large door to the north opens into a sizable library with several reading tables in the middle of the room. The 3 walls you can see are completely covered in bookshelves. A small stack of books and scrolls also rests on the table. No one is there. You approach a pile of books and scrolls made up of mostly religious texts and rituals, but you identify a few tomes of history as well. It seems to be what you'd expect a cleric to reference around the time of a funeral, including the source Selene referenced in the funeral, as well as a treatise on the treatment. Why did I say experimentation? My goodness. As well as a treatise on the treatment of common curses. Oh! Anyway. I don't trust Selene. Selene and Tomlin. I don't think Tomlin's behind it. I could see him being complicit in it. But I think Selene is to blame. I think it is a story of a woman scorned, is my theory. Standing out among the leather-bound tomes is a single black book that is bound with some other skin. A tarnished metal lock lies open on the tome, and its title is written in the script other than common. Read the book on curses, or examine the black book. Ooh, okay. I don't know if I get to do both, so I'm gonna roll, because that... script other than common. What do I read? I think I just... Yeah, Gnomish and common is all I know, which is so different for me, because usually I'm like, every language ever, please, I want to be smart. I'm gonna say the black book. Go to 314. The black tome is bound in something other than leather. Something similar to leather, but rougher. Almost like shark skin, but with less regular spines and bumps. It smells faintly of brimstone and is oily to the touch, though your fingers come away from the material dry. Demon skin, maybe? The title of the book is written in a language that is very distant from common. It appears to be a language from some other world. The jagged symbols are imprinted on the title in unsettlingly deep red. My nose got so itchy. You can try to understand the language if you know Celestial, Infernal, or Abyssal. If only I was Argentum right now. I know all of those! Damn it! If you don't know any of these languages, you could use a spell or ability that lets you read other language, or you can just open the book anyways. We're just gonna open it anyways, fuck it. 249. Images in the book include various forms of black sun iconography. Some sketches of circles surrounded by glyphs you can't recognize, and some dioramas of nasty-looking tools that could be weapons, torture implements, or specialized butcher's tools. A whole section is devoted to what seems to be the study of corpses or bones. As you're leafing through the book, you find a small scrap of paper written in common. It says, "This one." Okay. Mysterious black book. Taking note. Note in common. Leafing through the book. Okay. As you're leafing through the book, you find a small scrap of paper written in common. It says, "This one." And it marks an entry that has images of what seem to be animated corpses. On images of animated corpses, okay. Okay. There's a variety of walking dead, from mere skeletal remains to corpses with their rotting flesh intact. There are even illustrations of ghouls hunched over other corpses feeding on the flesh of the dead. Cool. Without context, you aren't sure what is being said, but the illustrations are ominous enough. Okay, we can examine the book on corpses. Or on curses, not corpses. I'm autocorrecting. This book is titled simply Compendium of Curses 17th edition. It is bound in leather and is ridiculously thick with hundreds, maybe thousands of entries. The scribe who wrote the tome included helpful illustrations of the curse's effects, diagrams of wards against those curses, and embellished sections outlining cures where they could be had. Open the book at random to a curse, or try to determine the cleric's interest. We're here to investigate. Let's try to determine the interest. 288. On a page containing Llewellyn's grim visage of lycanthropy, you can see a single sheet of paper containing a note written in an elegant looping hand. Despite the elegance, however, there are some words jaggedly crossed out, and small watermarks mar certain words. It looks like the letter writer was crying as they wrote. The letter says, "Dearest Tomlin, I write to you now as a truly changed woman. I have returned from my pilgrimage needing you, your strength, and your love, more than ever. The journey to my order and back was harrowing, to say the least." Was I fucking right, chat? Yet, when I arrived in Langston, instead of a lover, I have a wedding to officiate. And while I can find it in my heart to love and forgive you, I fear that the darkness blooming in my heart will not forgive her. Because I must tell you. And that's where the letter ends. There are words throughout that are scribbled out as if the author has been overcome with some emotion as they were writing. Keep the letter, put it back. Okay. It could be evidence, and we need evidence. I'm keeping the letter. I don't feel good about it, but I feel like we should. 251. Love letter to your inventory. Okay. Love letter from Selene to Tomlin. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, you can examine the Black Book more closely, or you can leave the library and go look for Selene elsewhere in the temple. Yeah, we've already looked at the book. 296. From where you're standing in the cathedral hall, the passage to the north appears to be the library of some kind. Okay, it's the same thing. So we've done the library. Let's go to the living quarters. 245. You see several empty monastic cells with doors standing open. A quick count reveals that there are 13 rooms, with 6 on each side of the hall and 1 at the far end. Only the door at the end of the hall is closed, presumably the cleric's room. You head down the hallway towards the locked door. A skylight runs the entire length of the hall, letting in the morning sunshine. The floors and walls inside are the same light-colored stone as the outside of the temple, and while smoother than the outside's weathered stone, they do not have much luster. Dust and cobwebs lurk in the corners that can catch them, especially those crevices that are hard to reach. The floor does not seem to have been polished in a lifetime. Some of the open doors reveal aging furniture silently collecting dust, while others are just as stark and bare as prison cells. Your footsteps against the hard floor create echoes of echoes that come and go from room to room. The air smells of the strange aroma of dust bathed in sunlight. Once you reach the door through the gauntlet of oppressive stillness, you may knock, open the door and walk in, or examine the door and area around it. It's given me an option to examine-ish, and that means dice rolls. We're gonna go to 240. You take a closer look at the door and the area around it. At a glance, there's nothing unusual about the entrance at all. It's just a wooden door set in a stone frame with bronze hinges. Investigation check if we get a 15 or higher. Okay. Yeah. 18. And then my investigation is +3, I think? +4. 22 total. Okay. 263. This is why having so much inspiration is annoying, because we've rolled pretty decently this whole campaign. Okay. The only things that are out of place are that the door's latch seems unusually scratched and a bit bent. It's as if someone who was both unusually strong and unfamiliar with how to operate the latch had grown frustrated with the door. The scratches are reminiscent of either claw marks or tool marks, but it's hard to tell which. There's also a smear of what appears to be dark soil on the threshold. You can't tell anything more about who or what left the earth on the ground, but it smells less of fertile soil than it does of rot and mildew. You can knock or try to open the door. We'll knock. You all is pretty polite. There's no answer. Open the door and walk in, or examine the door in the area around it. We've already examined the door, so we're gonna try to walk in. 302. The door is unlocked and swings open easily. The room inside is not completely empty, but it is sparse. It consists of a single bed, a bare chair, a bedside table with an envelope on it, and a wardrobe constructed of pale wood. You can take a closer look at the bed and bedside table, or the wardrobe. Let's start with the bed and bedside table. Usually the game lets us do multiple. 311. The single bed with linen sheets and a thick wool blanket is neatly made. In fact, it's so neat that you wonder if it was slept in last night. It's a very normal looking bed in every way, even if it doesn't look that comfortable. There's an envelope on the nightstand. It is worn, especially along the crease, and has clearly been opened many times. You can take the envelope and examine its contents. Okay. Yeah, let's do so. 242. It's a love letter written in cringeworthy verse to express affection for Sylla. Little more than an overdone limerick. The tract is tilted, a time for love, and time is spelled T-H-Y-M-E like the fucking herb. A time for love in the sun is signed by Tomlin. What a piece of shit! Anyway, given that it includes lines like, your toes are dainty as the red rose, and putting pansies forever in your handsies.
In my handsies.
I hate him. All the homies hate Tomlin. You can't bring yourself to do more than scan the poem. Ew. Ew. You feel no value in taking this, and you're surprised Sylla keeps it at all. Every line was worse than the last, and you feel dumber for having read it once. You put the poetry back in the envelope and return it to the nightstand, and hope the gods have mercy on whoever wrote it. You haven't done so yet, you can check the wardrobe. The wardrobe is full of various religious vestments. Increasingly, one of the robes shows evidence of recent and considerable repair. You also notice that the closet is not flush against the wall, and you can see something that seems to have fallen or been kicked behind the heavy piece of furniture. Move the wardrobe to look behind it, or use some magical means to lift it. We have no magic means to move it, as far as I remember. Let me double check my gnomish stuff. Nah, it's all illusions, so no. $2.99. Roll a strength check to push the closet aside and see what's there. Okay. We have inspo. I'm trying to burn through the inspo because I'm like, man, yeah. That's a 10. I don't think I have any bonuses. Oh my god. We got a 12. I think that's what we needed. Hold on. 12 or more. By the skin of our fucking teeth. Okay. 238. Or, yeah, 238. You move the closet and it grates against the floor. You retrieve a single ribbon that has fallen behind it and push the furniture back into place. Now that you have it, you take a closer look at the ribbon. 247. The ribbon is a lavender strip of silk, like the one a girl or young woman might wear in her hair. It's tied tightly into a tangle of knots and seems to have something stitched on it. The ribbon is relatively free of dust, suggesting it has not been behind the wardrobe long. However, it's also visibly bloodstained. Embroidered silk ribbon. Okay. Okay, there's nothing else to explore, so let's go back out. Well, the last place for us to check is the dining hall, so let's go get some nosh. Okay. I put a bite of cheese in my mouth. Okay. This passage is essentially a foyer leading to a pair of double doors with one left open on huge stuck hinges. Inside is a large dining hall containing 5 large round tables of smooth wood, each surrounded by 8 chairs. The walls are bare except for tall windows with frosted glass letting in the morning sunlight. At the far end of the room, there's a door that leads into an adjoining kitchen. Through the door, you can't see any windows in the kitchen, but it's still well lit. You can either explore the dining room or go look in the kitchen. Let's explore the dining room first. We'll see what we can find. 277. The dining room is an expansive room lit with natural light. Shocking in the Sun Temple! Judging from the layer of dust on all the furniture, no one has sat at these tables to eat or converse in a very long time. The sense of loneliness in the unused space of this room is palpable, but there's no sign of Selene or any activity here. You can either explore the kitchen or return to the main entrance. We're gonna go to the kitchen. So, more evidence is that temple seems kind of unused. Seems not abandoned, but definitely, I mean, unused is the word that they use themselves. Unused. For long. Okay. Let's go to the kitchen. 248. Oh, welcome in, Ada the Invader. Okay, 280. There it is. The kitchen is windowless, but glowing orbs set into the ceiling provide a warm yellow light. The kitchen includes an indoor water pump over a wash basin, a dark iron stove, and a single setting of a plate, a bowl, and cutlery neatly stacked by the wash basin. The stove is stacked with one each of a pot and a pan, and a cauldron hangs in the unlit hearth. The stove itself does not seem to have seen much use, and it's getting some patches of rust on the top. And there's ash and soot around the door, so someone has lit it recently at least. Okay. A heavy wooden door is set into a darker granite frame. Looks like it could be a larder or cool storage of some kind. Let's look at the stove first, and then we'll look at the larder. Because, again, this game's very good about letting us investigate stuff. 244. The stovetop looks like it hasn't been used in some time due to the dust on top of it. However, there's a considerable amount of ash on the floor. Looking inside the stove, you see the charred remains of some articles of clothing! Ayo! Okay. Charred clothes. I have a new theory. Inside stove. So, theory. New layer to the theory. So, Selene and Tomlin were a thing. Selene left, wrote a letter that was unsent, that is in a book of curses. So, I'm pretty sure it is Selene, who is the Walve, I'm pretty sure she's the killer. However, I'm not gonna rule out Tomlin being involved in some way.
Because he seems the type.
The red herring was our wonderful bald dwarf in red. He was our literal red herring. So I think it is Selene. And Tomlin is like her accomplice. I don't know. That's my theory here. Also, I want more coffee so bad right now. Let's examine the clothes. 269, 69. You take a closer look at the burned clothes. Roll a perception check or related tool proficiency check. Okay, perception. 10 or more. Let's see if I can just do this flat. What's my perception? +3. Exactly 10. Let's fucking go, chat. Okay. 255. There are almost certainly burned. These are almost certainly burned holy vestments, but they were not in good condition when they went into the fire. Many of the seams burst long ago. Many of the seams burst long ago, as you can see charred threads. And on one cuff, you can find a few droplets of what could be blood. Okay. As you handle the cloth, however, it crumbles in your hands. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Holy vestments that burst. I would love to run this as a campaign for players. And I know, like, the people at Obvious Mimic are like, yeah, fucking do it. I would love to run this for people. This would be really fun. Maybe next Halloween. That might be fun to run for people as, like, a table game. All right, we're gonna go check the larder. So 310. You open the larder, and it's noticeably cooler in here. Despite the cool darkness, you see wilted vegetables and sprouting potatoes. A moldy heel of bread sits on a shelf as if forgotten. However, there are several large cuts of meat hanging from hooks and wrapped in rough cloth. There's beef, a goat's leg, and 2 whole chickens. Given the state of some of the rest of the food, it looks surprisingly fresh. As you look closer, the raw meat seems to have small but ragged bite marks on it. However, the cleric's unusual diet does not offer you any clues about where she is at the moment, so you'll need to keep looking. Okay, so in the larder, we have old food plus raw meat with bite marks. Okay. So we can go back into the front hall because we have looked at everything. We'll take a seat and wait for Selene. 270. You take a seat and wait for a bit, even looking down the various passages to see if she somehow managed to sneak by you, but the cleric still has not returned. You entertain yourself by looking around you. The gold inlaid mosaic on the floor is spectacular. You kick at the gold for a moment and then realize it has been magically fused to the floor itself in the same sunburst motif that is used throughout the temple. Further up, aging tapestries hang on the walls depicting some epic event involving holy magic and evil undead. The tapestries rise up the walls of the tower, alternating with the windows overflowing with morning sunlight that dances in floating motes of dust. To pass time, you can examine the tapestries or take a closer look at the mosaic on the floor. I'm gonna say mosaic because that sounds like cool history to me. 243. At first, you think it's a beautiful bit of tile work, depicting the same sun symbol adorning the rest of the temple surrounding the surrounded with concentric rings of sunbeams and rays. It takes a moment for you to realize that there are no visible tiles here. So either the whole floor was carved from a single enormous stone, or magic was a big part of the building's construction. Lost in the shining patterns on the floor, you catch your foot on something as you're walking around. The central holy symbol isn't perfectly flat and is slightly indented. The shape of the indent is a much smaller sunburst, and the size of a gnome's hand with fingers outstretched.
I'm a gnome. We got those gnome hands, baby.
You can visually examine the indent, explore using masons or thieves' tools, or use a weapon to probe the indent. Let's probe it. I'm gonna poke it with my sword, 259. You wedge a sharp tip or edge into the indent, or tap it with a heavy bit of a bludgeoning weapon. You can feel the mechanism shudder, so something is happening. Roll a dexterity check. Okay. Dex check, baby. Yeah. So that was our first nat 1 of the day. We have inspiration. I'm burning an inspiration because we have 8 of them and I need to go through these. 17 plus my dex, which is a +4. So I think we passed, chat. With a 21, I think that might be higher than 15. Boop. Okay, it tells me to gain an inspiration. I'm leaving it at 7. I'm not gaining that inspo. Instead, I'm gonna give that inspiration to chat. Next time an enemy makes an attack, chat, you get to call in a reroll with that inspiration. So you can have our next enemy re-roll an attack if they biff it. Cracks open momentarily along the lines of the concentric circles. It looks like a mechanism that would sink into the floor. You can either try to manipulate the sunburst shape or leave it alone. We're gonna fuck with it! We're an adventurer! Also, lol, we're on page 69. Lol. We're gonna fuck with it! 303, let's go! Yeah, literally it says gain an inspiration. If I'm gonna give this any criticism, they give out too much inspiration. As you further probe the indent, you feel a buildup of magical energy. Roll a dexterity saving throw. If you fail, take 1d4 radiant damage. Okay. 9 plus, what's my dex save? 6. Okay. Was it DC 10? Yeah, we rolled a 15, so we're good. So chat, you have 2 inspiration to use against me. I'm giving you that. So we don't take any damage, thank God. With a faint click, the sun-shaped opening returns to its hidden state. The seams vanish entirely. Something beneath the floor also grinds into place. Despite your best efforts to find it, nothing remains of the indent on the floor. It requires some key or object to open. Despite your curiosity, you'll have to move on to the tapestries. Alright, we'll go to the tapestries. 290. These tapestries show a holy order of sun clerics raising the temple and banishing the undead. The story begins in darkness, with skeletons and other undead monsters rising out of the midnight black earth to devour the common folk. And then glowing holy figures appear in the next wall hanging. I'm gonna take that again. And then glowing holy figures appear in the next wall hanging, impaling the restless dead with the beams of light radiating off them. The next tapestry depicts white-robed figures standing in a ring, summoning a shaft of light down from the sun and striking the earth, replacing the deep darkness of the ground with a ring of green plants. The final tapestry shows the temple you are standing in, amidst houses and other buildings, with the sun and the blue skies behind it. Beneath the bright scene, however, is the band of black earth, in which floats red eyes lying in wait. Okay. So undead rose up, clerics were like, blah blah, but there are still enemies lying in wait. You attempt to compare what you're seeing to your knowledge. Okay, let's go to 309. Let's think about, let's do it. It's probably gonna be like history check, and I'll be like, oh boy, hope my brain's big enough. 309, let's go. You look up at the tapestries and think they might remind you of something. Like I said, history or religion check. What's better? I think they're about the same, but let's see. My religion is a +2, and my history is also a +2. Okay, they are the same. And we have buttloads of inspo. Yeah, okay. It's DC 15, so I am gonna roll again. I'm gonna use 1 inspo. 10, 12, we did not make it. Chat, do I use a third one? Or use a second one? Because if I remember, in Raw, you can just use all your inspo. Thirdened. Yeah, let's do it. That's even worse. I'm just gonna burn all my inspo. I'm gonna -2 off of this. So it's 5. Do I roll a third time? Do I give myself 1 more? Ford. I'm giving myself 1 more chance. That's a nat 19. Bow, 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 bow. That is a 21. It just took a lot of inspiration to get me there. But this game hands it out like candy, so I don't really feel bad. They're giving me the tools. If you pass, go to 257. Gain inspiration. What did I fucking say? I'll take it because I burned so much, but what did I say? The tapestries depict an ancient order of sun worshippers. They erected this tower hundreds, maybe even thousands of years ago to prevent some dark magic or undead plague. Based on other similar tales, as long as one of their order remains present and dedicated to the light, the area is sanctified and no monsters will rise from the grave. If you haven't done so, you can examine the mosaic. If there's nothing else to do, you may simply resign yourself to waiting for the cleric. 294. All right, with that, I'm going to take a quick break just to refill my water, pop to the restroom. I will be back in a couple of minutes. So before break, we decided to look around the whole temple. We found some clues, which I think I'm right about, but who knows? That's the thing with mysteries. They can either be really fucking obvious or not at all. Okay, so we elected to wait for Selene, who is our cleric, and it appears she has arrived. Selene finally returns to the temple through the main doors, face ashen and muttering under her breath. The hem of her white robes is stained black with what seems like soil, some of it falling in clumps off her slippers. You startle her when you stand to greet her. Oh! A flash of fear and anger passes over her face before she composes herself. She continues in a more measured and even cheerful tone. Who are you? And what can I do for you? I was actually invited. You left this for me. Ah, yes, of course, she says with a warming smile. Of course. You're the adventurer the mayor spoke of. Have you been waiting long? You give a polite but non-committal answer. That's good, the cleric says, obviously not having listened to your reply. I'm Selene, the caretaker of this temple. It's not often I receive guests, so is there anything I can do for you before we get to the business at hand? Selene asks what you need to know, and looks at you expectantly. You can't resist her obvious and earnest desire for some conversation. Okay, we can ask about Tomlin, yikeronis, get more details on the undead connection, or just wonder aloud to her why the temple is so big. Let's start soft. Let's ask about the undead connection. 248. Selene looks shocked for a moment and studies your face carefully as she brushes at her dirty robes. Apparently satisfied with what she sees, the young cleric takes a deep breath and gestures to the tapestries hanging around you both. This temple was raised hundreds of years ago, long before Langston was here. These lands were ruled by the dead. The Order of Radiant Light consecrated these grounds to prevent the dead from rising. But it was not enough. Some fell magic corrupted the soil so that the dead buried in it rose again. Ashes scattered upon it returned as malevolent spirits. She pauses for a moment, clenching a fist and struggling with some overwhelming emotion. When she continues, her voice shakes slightly. So, to protect the land, a caretaker was installed. As long as the power of the Order of Radiant Light remained in the temple, the land would be still. At least one member of our order has been present in Langston ever since. It is our duty to keep these lands safe as much as it is Roy's. Thank you for telling me. That clears some things up, if not all of it. But you aren't here for a history lesson. What can I do for you? If you're still curious about her relationship, fucking duh! No, give me the tea, girl! Give me the tea! Go to 315. Okay. Give me just a sec. I realized I forgot to let a certain group know that I was playing today. Okay. Ooh, this is a long one. Let's fucking go. Tomlin, Selene says, her features falling for a moment before she puts a sad smile back on her face. Well, it's common knowledge that we were lovers at one point, though it's hardly an exclusive honor I have. She gives a bright laugh, checking to see if you're laughing too. I'm not. Still, he said that he would wait for me, and that I was his only love. When I was called back to my order's enclave, it seems he found his second only love. The cleric takes a moment to collect herself. The pilgrimage back to the Order of Radiant Light was difficult. The trip back, more difficult. But thinking of him made this lonely temple more bearable. Sadly, it was not to be. She takes another deep breath. I returned to the man I loved, being betrothed to another. It was devastating, but I overcame it. After all, my duty is to all of Langston. Why are you telling me all of this? This is all common knowledge around town, she says with an unusually broad smile. Better you hear it from me than the town gossip. So, with that out of the way, what can I do for you today, adventurer? You can ask about the temple, or ask about the size of the temple. Yeah. If you don't have any other questions for Selene, you can ask to see Maybelline's body. We'll ask about the size of the temple first, and then hopefully we can go see Maybelline's body. 268. Selene looks around as if seeing the temple for the first time. Oh, it is rather large, isn't it? She says with a smile. Apparently, there was a time that being caretaker of the temple wasn't a solitary post. There was a whole community full of protectors, but that just isn't the case anymore.
How did this change so much over time?
Most people don't even know why the temple is here anymore, she says, gesturing up at the tapestries hanging on the walls. But the temple is why Langston is here. The temple keeps the dead in their graves, or it has until now anyway. She trails off, and you're about to ask her more before she looks back at you with an unusually big smile. What large teeth you have. And why it will continue to do so for a long time. Sorry, I got distracted by a thing. And why it will continue to do so for as long as the Order of Radiant Light remains in place here at the temple. It only needs one of us to fulfill the terms of the spell, so I'm here alone, only going on a pilgrimage to my Order's enclave and returning before the magic can fade. She pauses, rubbing her hands on her robe, but still smiling at you. I won't lie, though, it does get lonely from time to time, so thanks so much for stopping by. What else can I do for you? Okay, so we've asked about her connection to Tomlin and the undead. Did we ask about the undead? Yes, we did. If you have nothing else to ask, then you may just ask about seeing Maybelline's body. Let's go see a corpse, y'all. 289.
I'm actually here to examine Maybelline's body. The mayor told me that the body's due to be buried tomorrow. And this may well be my last chance to gather some clues about the identity of the killer.
No, Selene says with an emphatic shake of her head. Definitely not. It's just not necessary, and an affront to the family of the deceased. I'm very sorry, but I can't let you do that. You're confused. This was to be the purpose of your visit. Okay, so we can try to understand her resistance, or try to convince her. Ooh, it's probably intimidation versus insight. What's my insight? +3. My intimidation is a 0. So we're gonna try to understand. 295. You observe Selene carefully, trying to determine why she does not want you examining the body. Insight check, 12 or higher. Okay. Quintus dice, don't fail me now. Yeah. I'm gonna spend one of my many inspiration. Because fuck it. I'm also gonna try just a different die. Yeah. It's an 11 plus 3, so it's a 14. What's our DC? 12. Okay. Okay. We are caffeinated. Let's go to 254. Gain inspiration. I'm gonna leave it where it is because this shit, it gives us inspiration at every turn. So I'm gonna leave it where it is. There's an undercurrent of fear in the cleric's refusal to see the body, but the source of the fear is unclear. You mentioned that it's fine and there's nothing to be afraid of.
It's probably okay. It's just a dead body. I mean, it's not like it's gonna rise from the dead. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of.
Afraid? Oh, goodness no, she says. I was just thinking of the poor family is all, and she's so badly hurt, but if you insist, then I suppose I can't stop you. Just be careful. Don't damage the body. She then gives you directions to the cemetery adjoining the temple and says that the body is lying in rest in the mausoleum. The altar there is enchanted to prevent the body's decay, as it waits a week for internment. Probably a, raise up the body. Dude, if I was a necromancer, dude, I would so do it. But, probably a gentle repose spell is on it then. She then gives you directions to the cemetery, blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. I know this is hard, but I appreciate it.
She smiles faintly and turns her attention to gazing at the tapestries. As you reach the door, you can faintly hear Selene begin shuffling back and forth, muttering under her breath again. You leave her to her one-sided conversation and head out of the cemetery. Head out of the cemetery, yeah. Weird. Following Selene's directions, you enter the cemetery from the north. With the bright morning sun streaming over the graveyard from behind you, the hard edges of the headstones are lined with golden light. Flagstone paved paths wind between rows of graves covered with green grass. From what you can see, the mausoleum stands in the center of the graveyard, built of the same light-colored stone as the temple. It stands vigil over the more varied headstones and monuments that mark individual resting places. Flowers in various stages of freshness dot headstones and plots. What's she muttering about? I don't know. Flowers in various stages of freshness dot headstones and plots throughout the cemetery with a larger, fresher collection of the mausoleum steps. Off to the left, you see one of the graves is disturbed in strange eruption of deep black earth. It doesn't look like a grave that's been dug, but you can't tell from here what it is. You can look at the dug up grave, or if you want to go straight to Maybelline's spot. No, we're gonna look at this fucking grave! 264, we ride! Let's go! As you approach, you can see the earth was hastily dug up, but from underneath. Poking up through the earth and bits of rotted casket, you can see a skeleton froze in what seems like an attempt to free itself from the earth and reach the sky. It's still, but its skull is cracked and sits at a lopsided angle. A broken stone from the path lies buried in the freshly dug earth. Based on the amount of decomposition and the headstone, this person has been dead for decades. Half hanging out of the mound of fresh black earth, bits of thin wood and dirt on the skeleton's finger indicate that it dug its way out. It seems these remains had at least a brief respite from being fully dead. Whatever magic reanimated the skeleton is gone, however. There is a large crack in its skull, and a broken piece of paving stone nearby, half buried in the unusually dark soil, as if someone threw the flat stone a second time. Though odd, you can't see anything threatening about the disturbed grave. It's time to do what you came for and examine Maybelline's body. Weird! That's weird. I'm gonna open a new map. Yeah, this is the mausoleum with the headstones. Okay. Gonna take a sip of coffee and see. Okie doke. Let's go look at a body. I feel like she's a zombie. I feel because I don't know. Current theory before we go look at the body. Current theory is I think maybe it's Maybelline. Anyways, sorry, it's right there. I have to. My current theory is that Selene, while there, is keeping only part of the curse at bay. I think her powers might be waning. If she really is the werewolf, as I'm, suggesting, I think her powers, her clerical abilities are fading. Maybe she's reborn with it. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go look at the body. The mausoleum is a stone structure with a large white limestone altar in the middle of the room. There are no windows, but it is lit with recessed orbs set into the ceiling, casting light throughout the structure. The body of a young woman is lying on a white slab. Even at this distance, you can see deep gouges across the woman's face, neck, and forearms. She clutches a ragged bouquet of pink flowers in her hands. A white sheet, presumably used to cover the body, is lying on the ground at the base of the altar. You freeze as the body slowly turns its mangled face to you. With a snarl, Maybelline's corpse sits up from the altar and begins to stagger toward you. What did I fucking say, chat? 286. There's a stat block. You can't let this creature get loose in town, so you ready yourself to meet it in battle. The undead creature drops a bouquet of flowers as it reaches you. Okay, it's battle with zombie time. Okay. All right. Okay. Zombie time. So we're gonna roll to see who goes first. Flowers will be me. Sylla will be Maybelline. 12 and 14. Her dex is +1, so it's 15 for me. I have a +3 to initiative. 15, so she... my dex is higher, so I will go first. You're new to D&D? Well, welcome in. Hopefully this kind of gets you excited about it. The nice thing, I will go over the stuff that they give you, probably at the end of the campaign, but I'm just saying, thank you, Obvious Mimic. They make it really easy to learn and understand how, like, base 5e works. So, thank you. Like, they give you a little handout and everything. Okay, so there's a corpse stumbling towards me. I'm gonna show y'all this art, because it's really cool. This is what we're fighting. I'm gonna put this down on the map here. There you go, so you can see what we're fighting. Okay. I'm gonna... You know what? Let's see, do I have any... Okay. So, we're gonna take a shot with our longbow. Okay, so I can't do it that way. So you guys, you'll see it there. Otherwise, popping back and forth between the sheets. You'll see just me looking at my, my stat sheet. All right, that's a 1. So that's a nat 1, so that's just an automatic miss. I'm not gonna burn an inspo for that. Cause fuck it, let's do the dangerous thing. So the corpse of Maybelline will stumble forward, off kilter, but still managing to remain upright, and it's going to try to slam Yuala. Okay, it has 22 HP. AC 8 though, so it's doable. So it's going to make a slam attack, so it's a +3. That is a 16, 17, 18, 19 to hit. That hits. So that is D6 +1 bludgeoning damage. D6 for 5 damage on Yuala. 19, 18. Okay, it is Yu's turn. That's a nat 20, babies! There are no numbers between 1 and 20, and we know it! 'Tis the Sylla way. Okay. So, that is a nat 20, so it'd be a 26 total. Because I have a +6, and 1d6 +4. 1d8, I'm looking at the wrong one. 1d8 +4 piercing. Okay. Yeah. 5. So that's 9 piercing damage. So, I'm just gonna pull up a calculator here to have it up. So, 22 minus 4. Okay, so she has 18. Ooh, we have the same HP right now, y'all. Oofers. Okay. The zombie is gonna try to move forward on Euala again and try to slam into them. Okay. This one might be tight. Yeah. Okay, it's a 15 +3. That's an 18 to hit. That meets it. Or that's above my AC, because my AC is 15, so 1d6 +1. All right. Okay, that's just 2 damage. 2 damage on Euala. And you'll notice sometimes I call them yew. That is absolutely like a yew tree. That is what their name is based on. It's also a little nod to D. Gray Man. Okay. So, it is now Euala's turn. I'm in close range with them, so I could move away. Or I could draw my short sword. I'm gonna risk that biscuit. Do I have anything to disengage? Wait, do I have pocket glitter? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I have something really fun we're gonna do. Okay. So, all right. Euala ducks or attempts to duck around the zombie to get some distance, as they know they are much better with their bow than their short sword. As they do, the zombie form of Maybelline tries to slam into them as they pass. But as it is an oncoming attack, I am going to use a legacy trait called Pocket Glitter. So what this does, this is from Lyra's Guide to Retia. This is one of the legacy traits. When targeted by an attack you can see, which originates within 30 feet of you, this is an attack, you can create a magical burst of flickering lights and glitter, using your reaction to give that attack disadvantage. You can use this feature a number of times per long rest equal to your proficiency bonus. So as Euala ducks around the zombified form of Maybelline, and Maybelline tries to slam down against them and stop them, slamming their tiny form into the stone below, Euala casts their hands forward, unleashing just a cloud of glittering, magical, well, glitter. Flickering lights and glitter just burst forth from them, making it harder for Maybelline to hit them. So, and hoping they can escape so they can get a better angle on this zombie. So we're gonna roll this attack with disadvantage. So that is a 6 and a 3. So we're gonna take the 3 plus 3, that's a 6. It doesn't hit. Neither of those would have hit, but pocket glitter! Okay. So, my proficiency bonus is +2, so I can use that once more. Okay. So, that also uses my reaction, but it's a great fucking reaction. I love pocket glitter. Okay. So, we're still on Yuala's turn. That is their movement, getting out of range. They're going to get far enough so they can shoot their bow at this zombie. And yeah, that is a 12 plus 6. That is an 18 to hit. That is 10 over. God fucking damn it. That is 10 over their AC, so that hits, and that is a D8 plus 4. Where's my D8? 3 plus 4, that is 7 damage. Okay, that's an 11. Okay, Yuala's got some distance now, but the zombie only has close range attacks. So the zombie, it turns and starts stumbling faster and faster towards Yuala and goes with their elbow and tries to slam into their diminutive form. Let's see. Yeah. That's a 17 plus 3. That is a dirty 20 to hit. That's gonna hit. This might be a close fight. Fuck. Thank God I pocket glittered. Yeah. And they max damage on me. Yay! Fuck, I might die here. I would absolutely pocket glitter, people. It's true. Okay, 6 plus 1. That's 7 damage. I am not looking too spicy. Okay. That's the wrong thing I wanted to open. I have 9 hit points. Fuck, bro. God, I need to take her out. Oh, this is not good. Okay. I don't think I can risk taking another attack, so Yuala is going to... Okay, alright. Wait. What was the... We had a fucking weapon that we got made. What did it do again? Magic club. +1 magic club. Did it say it did anything? Okay, we are at 286. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna look up something. I'm gonna look up this +1 magic club. +1 magic club. Ah, damn it. At the end of the week. Okay, it doesn't do anything. Damn. All right, back to 286 we go. Okay. Okay. Since we're playing in kind of looser rules here, okay, we are going to draw our short sword, and we're gonna make a slashing attack. We're gonna try to, taking advantage of the fact that Yuala is short, they're going to try to slice at the legs and like the protruding bones and try to maybe slice the ligaments around their knees. So, okay. That's the wrong die. So short sword is +6. I should have actually been using a +8 with my longbow. Whoops. That's fine. Okay, 5. I'm going to burn an inspiration here. Again, they give them out like candy, because I don't want to die here. Yeah. Okay, 6 plus 6, that's a 12. Okay, I beat her AC. Thank God. Okay, would have beat it either way, but that's fine, that's fine. And then a 6. Where's my D6? All right, Avi die. Be nice to me. Okay. Yeah. 5 plus 4. That is a 9 points of damage. Okay. But being in close range, the zombified Maybelline's gonna make a slam attack. Yeah. As an 8, 9, 10, 11 does not hit. Maybelline swipes down with her hand and tries to take an ear or something off, but Uala ducks down under the hand just in time, and it barely grazes the top of their hair. And while they're ducking down, Uala is going to take a swipe at the ankles of the risen corpse. Yeah. Okay, that's a 6 plus 6. That is a 12 to hit. Okay, we hit. Okay, even if we roll 1 on damage, even if we roll minimum damage, we can take her out. Yeah. Okay, 2 plus 4, that is 6 points. We did it. We did it. We reduced the zombie. 297. Maybelline's corpse rolls a Constitution saving throw. Oh no! Okay. DC 5 plus the last damage you dealt. Okay. Last damage we dealt would have been 6 damage. So DC 5. Roll con save. So it'd be 5 plus 6. It was 11. Okay. 4. Yeah, let's check those. A 4 plus. Yeah, she does not make it. What is her con mod, actually? Her con is +0. So she does not make it. If it fails, go to 246. If you're a divine spellcaster, you can expend a spell slot to make the zombie automatically fail its save. We are not. We are a ranger. Okay, so it fails the save. Go to 246. Gain inspiration. You know what? We used 2 in that fight, I'm pretty sure. So that's fine. You defeat the undead creature, and what remains of it fall to the ground lifeless once again. You can now examine the corpse for injuries you did not cause, or go back to the temple and let Selene know. We're gonna examine the shit. Nah. Sticks and a zombie. There's no in between for this little lass. All right. Besides the wounds you inflicted, the body seems to have been mauled by a wild animal. The claw marks are broad and deep. Not what you'd expect from bony claws or even most beasts of the forest. There's a rage to the pattern of claw marks as well, with many crisscrossing and seemingly at random. There's also a bouquet of pink flowers with a tag that the creature discarded that you can examine. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. 307. It's a bouquet of daisies accented with pretty pink flowers, but they're the only ones here in the mausoleum. You check the tag and it simply reads, "Rest well, Maybelline." It's signed by Tomlin, the herbalist. The flowers are crushed and broken. It only seems that the only ones that the zombie picked up from outside the mausoleum. Interesting, okay. With all the information you've collected, you need to go back to the temple and let her know what's happening. Okay. So, let's see. So Selene definitely knew what was going on. She really was adamant about us not going down there. And we saw the skeleton raised. So I kind of stand with the fact that I think Selene's power is waning. And I think it has something to do with her looking into curses, and I, again, stand by that she is the one that killed Maybelline. And perhaps in her wolf-like form, she can't stop herself. Or she can't, she can't stop herself. She can't suppress those feelings. So... okay. 250. Selene is surprisingly still in the front entry hall. She's staring up at the tapestry, showing holy warriors radiating sunbeams, destroying an army of skeletons. She jumps and stifles a shriek when you rush into the temple's entry hall. You're back? So soon, I mean, what did you learn? This is gonna sound crazy, but given that this place is kind of associated with undead, there was an undead downstairs. There was a zombie. It was Maybelline, but she rose from this slab that she was laying on. She had these flowers, and she threw them to the ground, and she attacked me, and honestly, she nearly got the better of me, but I'm fine. But she was a zombie. That shouldn't be possible, right? It shouldn't be possible. Selene whispers over and over as she clutches her holy Selene whispers over and over as she clutches her holy symbol. She ignores you, and the silence stretches into an awkward length of time. You can interrupt her reverie, wait for her to snap out of it, or just leave. Okay. I'm gonna wait for her to snap out of it. 273. Selene stands in relative silence for a moment before looking up at you. Or looking down at us, rather, because we are short! We are 3'3"! We are a little bitty thing. Seemingly startled that you're still standing there. You should speak to the mayor, she says, and I must return to my studies. Yes, the answer should be in there. It must be in there. She rushes into the library down the northern passage, and the door bangs shut behind her. With nothing else happening here at the temple, you shrug and make your way to the town hall to speak to the mayor. Okay. You leave Selene anxiously talking to herself at the temple and hurry back to the town hall. The mayor's aide greets you at the door and escorts you to her office. Did you learn anything new? She says, instead of greeting, as she's writing in some document with a wooden ink pen. You let her know that Maybelline's corpse rose to attack you. The mayor sets down her pen and gives you her whole attention. You explain everything you saw at the cemetery. That shouldn't be possible. Oh, it's the aide. That shouldn't be possible, blurts the aide in the first real emotion you've seen him express. Temple and the cleric are meant to protect the town. Is the magic fading? What of Selene? What is she doing about it?
I left her in the temple, and it's not really clear what she's gonna do next.
Compose yourself, the mayor says to her aide before addressing you. With this new threat, we must complete the murder investigation. The mayor orders the aide to call up the militia to patrol the graveyard, especially at night, and draw up a proclamation announcing the accusation of Maybelline's murderer. First Maybelline, and now this. First Maybelline, and now this, the aide mumbles as he leaves the office. Maybe it's time to go to school in the city like Mother wants. We could use your help patrolling the streets tonight, the mayor says, if you can manage after your ordeal today. Go get some rest, or go on patrol with the militia. We're kinda hurt, but fuck it! Let's go with the militia! Fuck it! Go to 301. Gain an inspo. I'm gonna give a third inspiration to chat. So chat, mark this down. You have 3 inspiration to use against me. And I'm watching chat, so you just have to call for it. You offer to join the militia as they guard the town against the undead. Fortunately for you and your group, of club and pitchfork-wielding companions, you find no more zombies or skeletons. However, you do find the remains of 2 bodies seemingly torn apart. The wounds are identical to those that killed Maybelline. Uh-oh. Your party returns sometime in the deepest darkness of the wee hours, when the waning moon has set and the only light outside of town are the stars shining through the patched clouds. You stumble exhausted to your room and flop into your bed without undressing, barely enough energy to let your gear clatter to the floor as your tiredness overwhelms you. It feels like you blink and the sun is streaming through the window, and it's time to haul yourself out of bed. Gain the benefits of a short rest. Okay, I'll roll my hit dice in a sec. Checking outside your door, there's no breakfast this morning, so you gather your things and search for some food. You find the mayor sitting beside a bowl of plain oatmeal and a cup of tea waiting for you. Okay, my hit dice are d10s. Where are they? D10s. These are our Vogan dice. We'll roll a couple d10. So it's a 6 and a 9 plus my con mod. Plus 9. 10, 11. So that would be... Okay, we are back to full. Thank God. Thank God for rolling well on hit dice. Okay. A tray of food is waiting for you on one of the tables across from the mayor, who is calmly waiting with hands folded and a cup of tea steaming at her elbow. You sit down to eat, and her face tightens in what you assume is her smile. Drink water or bubbly? I'm gonna drink coffee instead.
Today you will make the accusation, she says. The whole town is likely to attend. We'll do it in the town square.
You acknowledge that you are ready to accuse someone of killing Maybelline. She sits with you as you both finish your morning meal, and then escorts you to this... She sits with you as you both finish your morning meal, and then escorts you to the town hall. Since you helped the mayor rid the town of Horace and Titch, the silence remains, but now it's taken on the companionable quality lacking any previous awkwardness. The mayor nods, then says,
With the added threat of the undead, we must resolve the murder investigation quickly. My aide will make himself available to you. Or, if you need to visit the general store, this will be your last chance before the town gathers.
After this point, you may not visit the general store. I forgot about the general store, so honestly, thank you, game, for reminding me. Let's go get some shit.
I'll take my leave now, she says, and my aide will prepare the documents you require to accuse the killer without my presence. Good luck, adventurer.
Once you are ready, the aide will accompany you outside the town square. Okay. That is 317. I'm just gonna type it in chat for me. Let's go to the general store. Okay. So. Also, you asked earlier, Artie. It's going well. So, let's check what we need here. Potions. Potion of healing, antitoxin, alchemist supplies, cook's utensils. We have... how much gold? I have 150 gold so far. So... I'm gonna get... let's see. The general store, yeah, it's got a whole description. So Uala would take their leave of the mayor, and before going to see the aide to go accuse someone, because I have a feeling this might end in a fight, and also it'd just be good to have. I'm gonna get... Yeah, let's get 4 potions of healing. So that's 100 gold. But the general store smells of sawdust and is always well lit with well-loved oil lamps. Decades of neglected dusting means that the windows are so thick with sediment that it's impossible to tell what time of day it is outside. The proprietor greets you with a warm smile and offers to help you find whatever you need. He reminds you that potions are especially good value here in Langston, thanks to Tomlin the herbalist's good work. Piece of shit! Anyway. Alright, so we're gonna grab 4 potions of healing, because we can afford it, and it doesn't say how many there are, so that leaves us with 50 gold. That's pretty cheap for potions of healing, so... 4 healing potions. And we will... I'm gonna debate which rule I'm gonna use for that. If I'm gonna use the bonus action, I might as well use the bonus action heal from, I'm pretty sure, 2024. And also because it's such a common table rule for Nat 19, I might continue using that. Okay. Let's see. Money pouch. Okay. That's it, I believe. So, before we go make the accusation, I think that's the next chapter. We're gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna run to the non-binies room, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, chat. Alright, I said it was 3:17. I posted in the chat. Yeah, 3:17. Okay. We are on chapter 6. 3:34. Just adjusting it. After visiting the general store, we make our way back to the town square. It seems like the whole town has arrived and surrounded the entrance of the town hall. People are waiting for us to deliver the results of the investigation. Most of the townsfolk are unknown to you, but you're able to pick out a few that you had spoken to over the last few days. The aide has set up a small table with a single document, a quill, and an ink pot. He lifts the document and starts to read out a formal accusation for the murder of Maybelline, a citizen in good standing of Langston. It details the circumstances of her life and death in some jumbled legalese, so you turn your attention to the people gathered in front, most of whom are common folk that you haven't had a chance to meet yet. Toward the front of the crowd, however, you can also see the now familiar faces of Tomlin, Roy, Selene, and Mayor Anathram. Accompanying the mayor, you see a few militia members standing at ease, but with long clubs hanging in their belts. Tomlin is standing at relative ease, an attractive young woman standing close enough to him to touch, but barely not doing so. Fucking keep it in your pants! This is a murder accusation, you dick! Anyway. Roy smiles at you as you emerge, his nose and cheeks still ruddy with his illness, but his eyes bright and clear. Selene stands alone in the crowd, her white robes a stark contrast to the homespun clothing of most of the townsfolk, and her face is drawn with apparent exhaustion. Mayor Anathram, or Tanya, the Wolf of the Road, as you know her to be, stands as rigid and imposing as ever, but she graces you with a nod nonetheless. Her aide steps up. I'm so nervous! Her aide steps in front of you to address the crowd. These are trying times. Oh, alright, he's going off. Let's go. Aide time.
These are trying times for Langston, and you all are afraid. Maybelline's death was tragic, and she was taken far before her time. And while she is now beyond our reach, we can still get justice for her death. The aide turns to you, and he dips the quill in the ink. You feel the eyes of the entire town bear down on you.
God, I'm nervous. It's making it hard to read.
You feel the eyes of the entire town bear down on you as well, as the writing tool hovers over the document. Who murdered Maybelline? The aide asks with finality.
Okay, I'm gonna snooze the ad break. So going by evidence, I'm pretty sure it's Selene. Chat, what do we think? I think it's Selene. Because especially going by all the evidence we've gathered, I feel like it's gotta be. She's the most suspicious. All right. Accuse Selene the cleric. 341. I believe Selene is to blame for the murder of Maybelline. Selene, the cleric of the Radiant Order. I believe she is our killer. A shocked murmur ripples through the gathered townsfolk. A few people even crying out in disbelief. With pursed lips, the aide writes Selene's name onto the document and hands it to you. Add Selene. Accusation against Selene. Against Selene. Okay. It's clear that the aide doesn't believe you.
Do you have any evidence to back up this claim?
You may present any evidence you have. If you have the love letter in your inventory, go to 318. If you have burnt clothing in your inventory, go to 330. If you have the silk I have all of it, so... Oh, wait, no. Did we leave the love letter? Did we take that? Yeah, we have the embroidered silk ribbon. Did I not write it down? Chat, I took the letter? Okay. I didn't write it down, so thank you. Inventory, lesser amulet, love letter, we did. I just wrote it in a different spot. Okay, so we have the love letter and the embroidered silk ribbon. We don't have the clothes because they crumbled in our hands. So we have the love letter. Go to 318. You present the love letter to the aide and he reads it. His face flushes a little. Selene's face darkens as she recognized the sheet of paper. "What does it say?" cries a voice from the crowd. "What is it?" calls out another. "Please," Selene says quietly but surprisingly firmly. "Please don't."
It's a personal letter, the aide says, from Sylla to Tomlin, confessing deep romantic feelings and hinting at something else. Motive, maybe, the mayor says, but hardly evidence. Do you have anything more substantial?
If you haven't done so yet and have them in your inventory, you can present the burnt clothing or the silk ribbon. You have the silk ribbon. $3.55. You present the silk ribbon you found in the temple as evidence of the deed.
Maybelline's ribbon, Tomlin shouts. Sylla, how did you get it?
Sylla is at a loss for words, her mouth hanging open. Tomlin rushes you, reaching for the ribbon, but stops himself.
I gave that to her for her birthday, he says. Her last birthday. And she was wearing it on the night. On the night you killed her!
Eyes flashing with anger, Tomlin spins on Sylla and raises a fist. Luckily, 2 men from the crowd rush forward and hold him back. Chest heaving, he shakes them off, but he returns to his companion. He jumps as she touches his arm, but when he looks over at her, he seems to find some composure. In the meantime, the townsfolk have backed away from Sylla, leaving her small and isolated. But she isn't looking at you. Her eyes are fixed on Tomlin, and her mouth is pressed into a thin line. Says the aide as he adjusts the collar.
So, have you any other evidence to present?
Or you can let your case rest. We don't have anything else, so $3.40.
I think we've heard enough, Mayor Anathram says. Take Sylla into custody.
So that's it, Sylla says to 2 militia members. Sylla says as 2 militia members approach her. Don't you want to know how I did it? The 2 men pause just outside of arm's reach. They look at each other nervously. The smile that spreads across her face has no trace of the meek kindness that she's shown so far, and it hints at a growing madness in her. Come closer, and I'll show you.
I think we got our woman.
$3.20. Sensing the danger, the 2 militia members flanking Sylla reach for her, just as the cleric doubles over in what seems like excruciating pain. Then an angry cracking and ripping sound emanates from the cleric's slight body. It bulges and ripples, splitting her white robes as muscles and fur sprout from her body. Limbs elongate and her face twists into a bestial muzzle.
What did I fucking say?
And through it all, the crowd stands in rapt horror. The only sound is Sylla's pained laughter, which drops into a guttural snarl.
No,
Roy gasps. Werewolf! In a moment of blind heroism, the 2 militia members to either side of the cleric rush in to try to restrain her, but she rakes them both with her powerful arms, ending in long claws. Both men cry out in spurts of blood and fall to the ground.
It's getting good.
Okay. Tomlin's new woman clings to him as the cleric changes and Sylla howls with rage.
You,
she says, pointing at Tomlin.
You are now and always will be mine!
She charges at her former lover, teeth bared and saliva streaming. $3.29. Girl, you possessive. You need to chill. Whatever collective uncertainty held the crowd in place vanished in the face of all that blood, and the stampede began. You are now buffeted by panicked townspeople blocking your way.
Dear gods, no!
Tomlin screams, his voice high with fear. Powered by rage and her unnatural strength, Selene snatches him up with a clawed hand, as if he weighed nothing more than a rag doll, and bounded through the crowd. Through the tumult, you see her leave a trail of fallen townsfolk, most merely knocked to the ground. And she... Oh my god, I almost dropped my water. That would have been bad. And she reaches one of the walls in the buildings nearby. She scrabbles one-handed up to the roof, her claws leaving long slashes in the whitewash and wood. "Arm yourselves and go after her!" Mayor Anathram yells. She takes over crowd control, directing some citizens away from the danger, while calling out to rally militia members. That's so fun. It's always alliteration that fucks with me. Rally militia members scattered among the throng of panicking townsfolk. I know, right? You're doing this for Tomlin? Bro, he's a nothing burger. Ooh, I can grind some herbs. Ooh, okay, but his saving grace here might be that he's wearing wolfsbane, so who knows? I don't know. Break the curse if you can, Roy calls out, touching a hand to his chest. We'll tend to the wounded. He then drops to the side of the fallen militia members. The druid begins chanting, and his hands glow green as he lays them over the men's wounds. Not hesitating, you sprint off through the streets of Langston toward the temple. 360. Ooh, let me show you this art, chat. It's really pretty. Let me show ya. It's really pretty. Okay, 360. You run at top speed through the empty streets of Langston, sprinting to the southwest toward the temple. Your blood is rushing in your lung. I was reading that right, fuck. You run at your top speed through the empty streets of Langston, sprinting to the southwest toward the temple. Your blood is rushing in your ears and your lungs are burning as you hope that you're going in the right direction. The cobblestones of the street fly past you and the walls of the people's homes and businesses loom to either side, framing the morning sky. As you run, however, the sky's blue darkens to the red of an approaching sunset. After making a couple of turns almost by instinct, you come to the four-way intersection in front of the mayor's home. You stop to get your bearings and catch your breath. A man's scream, loud and high with terror, pierces the air from straight ahead, then stops suddenly. You renew your pursuit, dashing again toward the southeast. You pass through the cemetery on your way to the temple, and everything there is still and quiet. The only movement you can see is gathering flock of crows or ravens around the courtyard. You're sure you're too late, but you redouble your speed regardless. But your hopes are dashed as soon as you enter the temple courtyard. Tomlin lies dead in a spreading pool of his own blood. Dark birds already preparing to scavenge from the corpse. The morning sun hangs in a sky that seems stained by the blood on the ground. Looking around, Selene is nowhere to be found. However, evidence of her passing is visible in the claw marks left on the ground, a trail of blood and the smashed-in door to the temple.
Oh no, Tomlin's dead. Oh no. Welcome in, Kizu. Welcome in, Raiders. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Okay, we could follow Selene into the temple to finish this, or stay back to examine the murder scene. I'm gonna roll a d4. Odds, we go in. Evens, we stay. What is that? That is a 2. feel like we should examine the murder scene anyway, so go to 342. You stop to assess the area around you to see if there are any clues about the threat Selene poses and how to neutralize her. Roll an investigation or investigation check or perception check. Okay. I'm gonna say what's better, our investigation or our +4 to investigation insight. Our investigation is better, so that's a 5. I'm gonna burn an inspiration. We're near the end of the fucking campaign here. I'm rolling it. That's a 4. Chat, I'm using a third one. That's a 10. That's better. We used 3, so now I have 1 inspiration left. Fuck. Okay. So it's a 10 plus 4, so that's a 14, 10 or more. 347. Tomlin's chest and neck were torn open by powerful strikes. Unlike Maybelline, whose wounds were haphazard and widespread, there is much more purpose to Tomlin's wounds. There is anger present in their depth and ragged edges, but these were deliberate strikes with the intent to kill. The bloody paw prints that lead away from the corpse. The bloody paw prints that lead away from the corpse toward the temple seem to include a place where they circle back, as if Selene took one last look at the broken body before escaping into a place where she felt safest. There's nothing else of note here. There's nothing else of note around here, so you leave the body to the crows and follow Selene. 324, let's go! You pass through the courtyard and its outdoor altar, quickly on your way to the front hall. When you enter the temple, it doesn't have the same sun-drenched charm as the first time you arrived. The red light streaming in the windows gives everything an air of menace, tinging even the shadows with bloody highlights. The tapestries depicting the dead seem darker, almost as if they're absorbing the light itself and feeding off of it. The main hall where you met Selene on your last visit is also changed. Instead of the sunburst mosaic, there's a spiral staircase bearing the same motif circling down into the darkness below the temple. Though it's possible Selene escaped down one of these corridors, you feel certain that she instead retreated into the darkness below. You cautiously descend the steps below to find corridors, rough-hewn walls of damp stone, and what seem like animal bones in various stages of decomposition. As you proceed, you find your way lit by the same glowing orbs you saw above ground. So this is clearly part of the original temple. Its purpose in a temple devoted to the sun, however, is unclear. You keep your wits about you and as you advance down the corridors, careful at every turn not to become another set of bones on the floor. Okay. 363. We are right at the end, y'all. I'm so excited but so nervous. You can take a sip of water. Just gonna respond to something real quick. In the dim light of the magical illumination, you quickly figure out that while the corridors twist a couple of times, they all lead to the same place. A large chamber where it seems Selene has made a lair for herself. Also, I just noticed at the very base of the art, you can see Tomlin's body. That's spooky. I love it. Is this the same one? Okay, there we go. I was just making sure I was going to the right spot. Womp womp. Wait, what? Where am I going? 360, 363. Okay, it just goes down here. When you arrive, the cleric is still in werewolf form and crouching in the center of the room. She stares at you, her bloody claws huffing out canine whines. She stares at her bloody claws, huffing out canine whines. You approach cautiously, but there's nowhere to hide, so you make no attempt at stealth. She notices you immediately, but doesn't move from where she is.
You shouldn't be here, she growls. Go away.
Try to talk to her, or take action to immediately end the threat. I'm gonna try to talk to her. 328 we go! Boop! Gain inspiration! That's what we needed, babies! You indicate that you just want to talk. She narrows her eyes and a lip curls back from her fangs as she considers your presence. Then she licks her muzzle and relaxes a little.
What do you want to know, adventurer?
You've bought at least a little time to find out more about Maybelline. You can ask why she killed Maybelline or Tomlin, or start from the beginning and find out how she contracted the curse. Alternatively, you can assure her she'll be safe if she comes peacefully. She will not be safe. You see that fucking mob outside? Nah. If she goes peacefully, the girl's gonna die. And honestly, let's
start from the beginning. Tell me, how did you end up like this?
It was on my pilgrimage, she says. I returned to the Radiant Order to report and speak to my mentor. But I was attacked by a wolf one night. I drove it away with holy magic and healed my wounds. It was frightening, but I thought little more of it.
When she returned to her order's monastery, she felt ill. No one there could help her, but no one thought to assess her for curses. She ran a fever and was delirious. On the next full moon, she changed uncontrollably and blacked out. When she came to, she was bathed in a farmer's field. I'm gonna start at the top of that. The reason I do that is for my editor. You're welcome, Brayden. When she came to, she was bathed in blood in a farmer's field, surrounded by mutilated sheep. She left amidst the investigation without anyone suspecting her and returned home, hoping to rid herself of the curse.
Well, most call this a curse, she rumbles. The curse of lycanthropy. Look at what I've done, what I have the power to do.
She holds up her claws, still wet with Tomlin's blood.
This is the power I never had as a cleric, she says. I was powerless, a servant to the people of this town, healing coughs and broken wrists. But now I have real power. She lets out a giggling whine, and you can see in her eyes that something has come loose in her mind. Of course, the power is gone, and with it, the temple's power protecting these lands. But that's also fitting, isn't it? Could that be what Langston deserves?
If you haven't done so yet, you can ask her about her motives behind killing Maybelline, or Tomlin. Okay. Let's start with Maybelline. My husband's trying to decide dinner, so I'm also gonna take some water. Because reading so much plus that voice is making me dizzy. Alright, let's talk about Maybelline. 339.
So why did you do it? Why did you kill Maybelline? I understand about Tomlin taking her after you, but why?
She stands up straight on her back feet, with her hackles rising and teeth bared.
Because she was a lying little vixen, she snaps. Oh, everyone loved the innocent maid who sold her family's produce in the market. She was Langston's little golden child, but she showed me her true colors.
What was Maybelline actually? Who was she actually if she was showing you her true colors?
A scheming little wench. Stealing Tomlin from me was just the beginning. I don't know what she wanted in the end. But she was now the kind, sweet soul everyone thinks she was. She was cruel.
Selene's eyes lose some of her humanity in the memory of it.
She laughed at me, mocked me for my faith, for being the servant of Langston instead of twisting it around my finger she had. And then she was dead.
The werewolf looks at her claws and shows her teeth again. You realize she's smiling, and you can't see. You realize she is smiling, and you can see her humanity slipping further away.
And it felt good.
She looks up at you, and the eyes that meet yours are those. Fuck, man. I need a drink. I am. Woo! She looks up at you, and the eyes that meet yours are not those of a devout spiritual leader. They are the eyes of a killer, and you are suddenly sure that if you don't do something quickly, you will be next. If you haven't done so yet, you can try to engage Selene with her motive behind killing Tomlin, or ask where the curse came from. We're gonna talk about Tomlin.
We don't talk about Tomlin. No, no, no.
Alright, 352.
But why kill Tomlin? If you loved him so much, I don't understand.
Tomlin betrayed me,
She says, ears flattening against her huge head.
He lied to me, used me, and he dropped me for that market hawker as soon as he could.
But did you love him?
She snarls.
Of course I did, you fool. More than anything. More than I should have. And he used that against me again and again.
There is a violent anger coiling in Selene now, and she starts to pace.
If only he had chosen me. This could have been different. Everything could have been different.
She starts shaking her head, clenching and unclenching her hands. You can try to distract her with more questions about why she killed Maybelline, or how she contracted the curse. Alternatively, you can try to convince her to come in peacefully, or attack Selene and end her threat against Langston. Okay. Yuala isn't the type to just try to end things. I think I'm going to try to convince her to come in peacefully. Because while she doesn't have polypox, there might be a way to stop the curse and to help her. My husband's making me flip a coin. Babe, oh my god. Okay. Highs. Okay, evens. Pizza. Odds. Whatever. Odds, we're getting burgies. Burgie. Okay, we're gonna try to convince her to come in peacefully. 343.
Selene, I promise you, if you surrender right now, we can go peacefully. We can maybe find a solution to all of this. You don't have to die here. No one else has to die today. Please just come with me. We can talk this out. We can maybe even find a cure.
The creature in front of you lets out a rumbling laugh. They were ready to hang me for the girl, she says between chuckles. You think they're willing to forgive me now, after what I did in the square? You're a fool. Flexing her powerful limbs, she advances toward you. All traces of her quiet sweetness are gone, and only the predator remains. But if I get rid of you, I can escape to live and kill another day, she says, starting to advance on you. Sylla of the Radiant Order is dead, and you're about to join her. Her eyes flash, and you know you'll have to take action to end Sylla's threat to Langston.
Whoo! Okay, babies! Final fight! Let's go! Hopefully those... Oh, y'all are gonna fuck me over here! Go to 350!
Sylla lunges at you, but you had half expected things to go wrong at any point, so you're not caught unawares. She clenches and unclenches her claws as she growls. You've almost heard that werewolves and other lycanthropes are immune to ordinary weapons, but this is your chance to put that to the test. She's watching you carefully, clearly unsure of what to expect of you. Okay.
Okay, so we can use some magical ability here. Here's where chat votes will come in handy, because I do have some magic on my hand. So I'm gonna quickly prep that. I just need to pull up my spell descriptions. So give me just a second here, because I've got some fun things to play with. Let's see. Because we have a spell. It is. Her attacks would count for the amulet, so we have resistance against anything that... natural attacks by creatures with beast type, which I will have to look at her sheet, but humanoid, natural evil. Oh, right. Okay. So, oh my god, it threw me. There we go. I am going to show you what her art looks like, because this is fucking cool. This is what she looks like, chat. It's so cool. Look at this. So, it is time for some battle music for one. And another thing. In this adventure, you have received certain magical items that may help you defeat Sylla. She also has 58 hit points, so fuck. Sylla, if you use them. As an action, you can try to throw the Filter of Remembrance to touch her with the Silver Star with a successful attack roll. Okay. So, her AC is 12. So, all right, chat. Filter of Remembrance or the Silver Star. I'm gonna try the Remembrance. That feels so in line with Yuala. So, all right. Yeah, 19. throw, so... Okay, that would pass her AC, so we're gonna throw the Filter of Remembrance. 353. You hurl the Filter of Remembrance at Selene from out of range. The glass vial smashes against the floor and sparkling vapors rise up into the air to shroud the fallen cleric's paws.
What is this smell? She says, and then sneezes violently. It's so familiar.
Roll a wisdom save for Selene. The difficulty of the save is 8 plus the number of doses left in the bottle. How many doses? Okay, because we didn't use it at all. So, Filter of Remembrance. That is 10 doses. Okay. So, the difficulty of the save is 8 plus the number of doses, so 18. She gets disadvantage on her save due to her sense of smell, and her wisdom modifier is +1. So, let's roll that save, chat. And she has disadvantage. But if you want to use one of the inspiration, we can make it a flat roll. So what do we say, chat? Do you want to use an inspiration to give her a flat roll, or are we keeping the disadvantage? I'll give you a second to decide. We're rolling my Sylla dice against myself, so this will be fun. You're gonna use one? All right, Silver Sword. We're gonna give her a flat roll then. Yeah. She beat. Thanks to y'all, she passed the wisdom save. Okay. All right, let's go. Go to 336. Selene sniffs at the air and sneezes powerfully. The vapors produced by the Filter of Remembrance snake around her head, and she growls. I see Tomlin on that picnic, the werewolf says, but then she shakes her head violently. No, it can't be. That's not real. Selene stomps out of the cloud of enchanted mist towards you and snarls at you. Nice try, adventurer, she rumbles. But your cruel tricks won't work on me. When you return to combat, Selene takes her action to attack you. All right, we tried. Okay. We gotta make it spicy, which I love. It's the juice. Let's go. Okay, so let's roll Selene, because I'm gonna count that as me taking initiative first. So Selene rolls to hit. That is another 18. Oh no, +2. So that hits. So that's a dirty 20. So it's 1d6 +2 piercing. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna roll one. I'm gonna roll the cool one. That is a okay thing. And we have resistance because inexperienced werewolf. Does it have any other stat block, or is that it? Hold on, I'm just checking. Because a werewolf would be a beast, wouldn't it? Would that count? I lost my page. Oh no. 336 was 1. Okay, 350. She would be a beast type. Shape changer. I don't know. It doesn't say on her sheet if she's a beast type. Monstrosity, yeah, because she's a shape changer. I'd say I'm gonna look it up to see if there's anything in 5e. Werewolf 5e beast. See, I'm just checking. Fang hybrid form. I'm just checking because it's worth looking into. No, I don't think she's a beast. So I'm gonna see if there's beast anywhere. No. Okay, so it is not a beast. I'm just double checking. So we would take the full brunt of that, which is just 3 damage. So I say just 3. Okay, so that we're down to 20. It is our turn. So we are right up on her, but I got some spells, beach. So let me double check something. Because I don't have my spell. Ravage. Okay, let's see. Cozy Chaos, welcome in. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have magical items. We can draw our own weapon, draw the moon shard, or use a scrappling claw. The moon shard was that... I don't think we got the moon shard. I never wrote that down. Because we got a flimsy dagger, which was not the moon shard. Do we want to try to fight her with a scrappling claw? I don't know. Oh, let me see. I'm gonna try something. Do it. I'm just getting the spell up. Okay. So clearly we gotta use magical damage here. How many spell slots do I have, though? I have 2 spell slots. Okay, so... I'm just gonna read the spell real quick. Okay, so here's how this is gonna play out. Euala draws their own sword, choosing not to use the scrappling claw against this giant beast. While it is a magical club, they have magic of their own. So as Euala swings their sword, they're gonna try to hit. So let's try to hit this, because this is not a hit. Yeah. That is a 17 plus my short sword, which is a +6. That, I believe that hits. Her AC is 12. Yeah, so I would have beat it anyway. Okay, so that's 1d6 plus 4 slashing. On top of that, as Euala hits this werewolf before them, white hot fire starts to burn from the blade itself, searing and curling in the werewolf's hair as Euala casts Igniting Smite, which is a first level evocation spell you can find in Lyra's Guide to Retia. So I'm gonna roll my base damage first. That is 4 plus 4, that is 8. I'm gonna just keep marking this. Nice, 8, okay. And then, so how the spell reads, I do not have a second attack. Haha. It is my turn in initiative. Next time you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration, your weapon flares with white hot intensity. We are only level 2. And the attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage to the target, causing them to become ignited, baby! The target takes 1d6 fire damage each turn while ignited this way. At the start of each of its turns until the spell ends, the target must make a Constitution saving throw to extinguish the fire, taking 1d6 fire damage on a failure or ending the effect of a success. Ending the effect on a success. Okay, so I'm just gonna double check I have the proper DC for the Constitution save throw. take. Okay. Okay. So I'm also concentrating on this, so I just had to double check that I had, like, concentration checks, like, nailed down. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna roll an extra d6 of fire damage as her fur catches flame and she howls out in pain as the fire consumes her. That is max damage, boys! Right there! Ave dice coming in fucking clean! Let's go! Okay. Okay, it is her turn. It's magical. So we're gonna draw our own weapon. 333. Okay. However, I did this slightly wrong. But, so I'm gonna give, so here's when if you attack her with your own weapon, Selene laughs at you and offers you a free hit. You strike and the wound heals immediately, leaving no trace. So she's gonna get back that initial 8 points of damage that we did. Then she bears down on you, readying an attack of her own. Your ordinary weapon does not do any damage to Selene. Return to combat to find some other way to neutralize the werewolf. Selene uses her next action to attack you. All right, here she comes. But I am gonna keep the ignited condition. The weapon itself didn't do any damage, but I feel like a smoot of fire might work. So I'm gonna make sure. At the start of each of its turns, it has to make a con save as well. So I think she is gonna beat it actually, but I will take that initial con save. 14 plus 2. Yeah. Yeah, she unfortunately would make that con save. But that's okay. I will take the initial damage we did with that. That's good. Okay. Yeah. All right, her attack is 9 plus 2. Her attack misses. The fire on her fur that seems like it was about to consume her fizzles out as she is no longer ignited, and she ruffles her fur and goes in for a claw attack. But the fire seems to have distracted her and she misses Euala. So in response, I guess we're fighting her with a scrappling claw. I never thought I would have to use this to fight a werewolf, but here we are. Draw the scrappling claw, go to 327. Selene is amused by your choice of weapon. A stick, she rumbles. I'm not a dog to play fetch with you, but I'm happy to show you the folly of her ways. Strike me, adventurer. It will become your last chance to play hero. You swing with all your might and connect with the werewolf's hide. To your and Selene's surprise, a burst of yellow-green light flashes on contact. She yowls with pain, and you feel something give under your blow. And you can smell scorched fur. Okay, the scrappling claw does damage if it is a magical club. 1d6 plus 1 plus your strength modifier. Okay. (1d6) plus 1. That is 5, 6 plus my strength mod, which I think is a plus 2. Yes. So that is 6, 7, 8. Does that 8 damage anyway, babies? Let's go. Okay. Roll and take note of the damage. Selene's eyes light up with rage and pain. You continue your fight. Go to 350. Okay. Selene's turn. That is 13. If you can see that. 13 plus 2. She meets my AC. Fuck. Okay. And that is 1d6 plus 2 piercing. Fuck, max damage. Okay. We are getting max damage out the butt. That's gonna be 8 damage. 12 damage. Whoa, 12 hit points, not damage. Ooh, buddy. And she has 44. Fuck, okay. Woo, buddy. Okay, we gotta do this. I think we can try to... I'm gonna try to hit her with the silver star and see if that works. 15. That beats her AC, so we're gonna try to hit her with the silver star. Go to 364. In the ebb and flow of battle, Selene tries to slash at you with claws, and you try to connect with the magic item in your hand. In the eternity that is Mortal Kombat, you are in a stalemate, neither having the upper hand for a split second. You wonder if you might have made a grave mistake in pursuing such a dangerous beast into her lair. But then, through a flurry of claws and teeth, you leap forward and manage to make contact with the silver star. Magic thuds out of the magic brooch into Selene, locking both of you in place. As you feel the magic of the brooch pouring out, Mayor Anathram and Roy lead a group of armed townspeople into the chamber. All of them stand rapt as you press the silver star harder into the werewolf. 358. There's a loud crack and a shower of brightly sparkling motes of light around the silver star. Selene jerks and howls long and low to echo through her underground lair. As the lights continue to dance and spin down to earth, Selene's transformation proceeds in reverse. The fur covering her body retracts back into her skin, and her limbs shorten and contract her into her human form. Her howl becomes a scream, and she drops to her knees on the ground. No! She yells, gathering the tatters of her robes around herself. Dear God, no! She looks down at her small, pale hands still stained with Tomlin's blood, then up at you. Tears are streaming down her face. How dare you take that away from me? She demands. Now I'm just me again. She collapses to the ground, sobbing bitterly into her red-stained hands. Roy and Mayor Anathram step back to a respectful distance as militia members flank her and gently carry off a broken cleric. Go to 338. As the militia members lead Selene away, you see how dark the rings under her eyes have gotten, how she staggers with exhaustion, and how she clings her shredded vestments around her. The disgraced cleric is a broken woman, and it's impossible to tell when she gave up her humanity to the beast she had become. As she is escorted from the chamber, Selene fires you a last look over her shoulder. A mysterious smile spreads across her face suddenly, and then she vanishes down the corridor on her way back to the surface. Nice work, adventurer, Roy says with his customary joviality. It was touch and go for a bit there, but you pulled it off. Indeed, the mayor says with an emphatic nod. The town owes you its gratitude. I'm thankful as well.
I would say it was nothing, but I would be lying. I'm glad I was able to help. don't think she'll be alright. After all she's seen and been through and become, I don't know if there's an easy way out of this.
Let us walk with you, Mayor Anathram says. I would speak with you both before the day is done. I could do that, Roy says. Let's be off.
The three of you leave the now empty lair together, bound for Town Hall and the end of your quest. 3:32. When you emerge from the temple, you see that the morning sky has returned to normal. Roy and Mayor Anathram are speaking with each other, which means Roy is regaling her with the long-winded tale of his youthful exploits as part of an adventuring party. As you walk the streets, you see townsfolk emerging from their homes to speak to neighbors, and the mood is bright. News of Sylaine's capture traveled quickly, and the relief is palpable. Taking much longer at a normal pace, you return to the town hall. A group of locals is out in the square with scrub brushes and soapy water taking the blood off the cobblestones. The mayor's aide is waiting by the entrance to the town hall, smiling as you approach victoriously.
This way, please, he says to you, then addresses the mayor. I've prepared everything in your office, ma'am.
Buttercup is waiting in the office as well, safe from harm's way in the temple. Seeing your trio, he bounds up to you all and rushes past the mayor to lick Roy and prance about the dwarf in excitement.
Aye, aye, Roy says as he wipes his face. All's well, lad. See, I would do. I really should have given him the Walls accent, but it's fine. Probably should have done something along these lines, but it is far too late now. We'll save it for our next adventure. I forget that I can do more accents than 2, but I get nervous and fall into 2.
The mayor takes her seat behind the desk, and Roy shoos Buttercup back to his dog bed. She steeples her fingers as Roy finds a nearby armchair to settle into.
The results of your investigation will affect your reward, adventurer, she says. Syllaine is facing the consequences of her action. Syllaine is facing the consequences of her actions, so must you.
Check your inventory for a record of who you accused. Syllaine, go to 369.
Syllaine had us all fooled, Roy says sadly. She was well loved, well liked. She was well liked, loved even. Such a sad turn of events. But now the people of Langston can rest a little easier, Mayor Anathram says. You have their gratitude, and mine.
She hands you a large coin pouch, and it's considerably heavier than you'd expected. Add 350 gold pieces to your inventory. If you're using milestones, you gain 1 level. If you're using experience, gain 1600 XP. We are doing milestones for this, so we will be level 3. You also keep any other items and treasure you've collected on your adventure. Okay, so I'm gonna add the gold, so we will have 400 gold now. That's great. And we will be level 3.
You earned every copper.
Oh, wrong character.
You earned every copper of that, adventurer, Roy says. But we are hoping it does not satisfy you fully, the mayor says. We have further business to discuss.
You stow your coin as best you can, given its weight, and ask the mayor to continue. Go to the end of the adventure. Okay. Looking back over the past few days, it feels like a much longer stay in the unamusing town. Unassuming. Let's start at the top of that. Looking back over the past few days, it feels like a much longer stay in the unassuming town of Langston. You've destroyed monsters big and small, cured diseases, broken curses, and likely even made a few friends. But the mayor and the druid want you to remain in Langston for a while longer.
While it's been challenging, Roy says, there is still much to do. Selene is in... I combined fucking accents there, goodness. Selene is in custody, Mayor Anathram says, but it is unclear if she still poses a threat now that her curse is broken. Roy continues, and her actions were clearly severed. And her actions have clearly severed her connection to her divine power, but she's just so calm. She is powerless, trapped, and just sitting in that cell, like she's waiting for something. There is also now the problem of the undead, Mayor Anathram says, and she seems suddenly tired. Now that there's no cleric of the Radiant Order, the dead are not staying that way, Roy says. And there could be serious consequences to the temple being too long without a member of the Radiant Order maintaining the town's protections. I'm gonna grab that clean for my editor. Now that there's no cleric of the town... Jesus, fuck, I can't read. Now that there is no cleric of the Radiant Order, the dead are not staying that way, Roy says. And there could be serious consequences to the temple being too long without a member of the Radiant Order maintaining the town's protections. You have fulfilled your obligations to us, adventurer, says the mayor, but I hope you will help us again. Come on, Roy says with a wink. You know, whatever comes next will be fun. If you end the adventure here, you keep all inventory items and levels you've earned. So it's up to you, adventurer. If you bid Langston and its people farewell, stop reading here. Or continue to the epilogue and finish what you've started. Go to 370. Let's do the epilogue. So before we jump into the epilogue, I'm going to take a brief break just to refresh myself, and I will be right back to finish this up. I didn't accidentally go to the wrong screen, you did. All right, we are back. So, 370. The epilogue's pretty chunky, so let's go. Take a sip of water. Dawn breaks bleak and gray over the still homes of Langston. You're just returning from leading an uneventful night on patrol, but not all of them have been so quiet. The town has taken measures to quarantine the cemetery. The townsfolk are walking the rows of headstones with clubs to destroy any dead. As they claw their way out of the graves. However, Langston has stood in this spot for hundreds of years, and has not always used the same cemetery to inter their dead. Over the past week, since capturing Selene, you've already dealt with the animated remains of 2 people and several house pets. Aww. The innkeeper greets you warmly as you stagger into the pickled hen with the townsfolk you led through the streets last night. He silently sets a hot meal in front of you and your companions as more militia members filter into the temporary headquarters for undead hunters. A few bits of your breakfast there we go. I think they mean bites. A few bites into your breakfast, the mayor strides in at the head of her own patrol. Okay, I'm gonna grab that again. A few bites into your breakfast, the mayor strides in at the head of her own patrol. If you look closely, you can barely see the tired lines around her mouth and eyes. Her rigid bearings seem unaffected by the late nights. She directs her team to get something to eat and then joins you.
You ask her if there's been any word from the messenger.
So,
Oh my god! Welcome in, raiders! She directs her team to get something to eat and then joins you.
has there been any word from the messenger, ma'am?
None, she says as she receives her own tray of as she receives a tray of her own. I can't fucking read. The Radiant Order is several days hard ride. We can expect a cleric to arrive soon. The two of you eat in silence for a few bites, but the tavern door slams open as a bloodied Roy rushes in. In here, lads, he says. He sweeps everything off the nearest table to the door, as two men from town carry a limp form of an injured woman. Set her down and give me some space. Oh shit. You rush to his side as he lays his hands on the woman and begins chanting. A green glow emanates from around his hands before sputtering and dying. He curses in several languages. Adventurer, we were caught by 3 skeletons down the main street, he says. But I'm out of healing magic. Go to Tomlin's house. He must have made some healing potions before he died. I have healing potions! You look at the mayor. She gives you a single nod. You bolt out the door on your way to the herbalist's cottage. Or if you have your own healing abilities, you can offer to use them. Okay, I have 4 healing potions on me. So, hold on. I'm gonna go to 398 and see if it accounts for that. 398. Okay, so it's gonna make me. We'll do that if there are no potions to be had, Roy says. We need to keep you in fighting shape, adventurer, especially now that I'm out. Save your spells. I've got a stable for now, but please, hurry. Roy turns his attention to the woman's wounds as you hurry out the door. All right, I'm just gonna roll with the story as it's telling me to. Even though I have them on hand, this will probably lead me to something. You're left gasping for breath when you arrive at Tomlin's cottage. It seems like such a long time ago you were here helping him rid the garden of scrapelings. Though in reality, it's been little more than a week. The cottage is corpse-like in that it looks exactly like the same time the last... The cottage is corpse-like in that it looks exactly like this... Oh, it looks exactly the same. I'm adding words and it's making me go crazy. The cottage is corpse-like in that it looks exactly the same as the last time you were here. But the dark windows and quiet of the gray dawn give the place a disconcerting stillness. The person who brought this place to life is gone, and a shiver runs up your spine at the realization. But within could be the key to saving someone else. So you set aside any discomfort of stealing from a dead man and try to find a way in. I'm gonna close the door real quick. You try the front door and it's locked. The trellises are high and thick with vines, and you know firsthand how hard they are to climb, even if the back door would be unlocked. It's not worth the time as someone lies bleeding to death on a tavern table. That leaves you the option of picking the lock on the front door, breaking down the front door, or breaking a window and crawling in. Fuck it, let's break a window, let's go! 377. There are no elegant solutions. You smash a window and crawl through the broken glass. Roll a dexterity save. Actually, I want to know, does my race have anything interesting about dex saves? Gnome Coming, Intelligence and Wisdom Career. Saving throws, Natural Illusionist. Did I pick anything? No, okay. Smash a window and roll dex save, 10 or under, take 1d4. Yeah. Okay, that's a 15 flat plus, I just like to know what my whole thing would be, plus a 6. Yeah, we're good. So it'd be a total of 21. Okay. You drop through the window and into Tomlin's cottage. 386. The interior of Tomlin's house looks like the last time you saw it, only frozen in time. No cauldron bubbles and no remedies are being distilled. With only the weak light from outside, the cottage is gloomy despite the brightly colored ingredients drying, and the mustiness is already moving in under the smell of herbs and flowers. Though you feel a twinge of sadness for Tomlin's passing, you quickly collect yourself and start rifling through his belongings for any unsold healing potions. Intelligence investigation check. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to spend one of our inspiration. Why is that another 2? I might rule something. Even though we failed, we have potions in our inventory, so I'm going to rule something different. Less than 12, go to 379. You search through Tomlin's ingredients and what he's made from them, but you can't make any sense of how he's organized things. You only find 2 healing potions among a number of other items. Okay, so we still find them. Okay, great. Among what you found is an unusual garland, like something some couples wear on their wedding. Woven into wildflowers, it shimmers slightly in the light, and the flowers themselves seem fresh, even though the herbalist college. I can't words. Woven out of wildflowers, it shimmers slightly in the light, and the flowers themselves seem fresh, even though the herbalist cottage has apparently been locked since Tomlin's death. Hoping it can also be helpful to Roy, you take the odd garland as well. Tomlin's garland to your inventory. And we put together last time we played. Okay, so write this down. Okay, so 2 healing potions. We figured out that that was Wolfsbane around him. Okay. Though you feel likely there are things that you missed, time is running out, so you sprint back to the pickled hen. 391! You burst into the pickled hen, and the bedlam of Roy's arrival has calmed down. The injured militia member is lying on the table, her wounds wrapped in bandages already stained through with blood. Roy is speaking quietly to Mayor Anathram.
There were 3 of them this time, he said. Just skeletons, but one of them got past me and caught the poor lass good. Still no word on when the new cleric will arrive? None, the mayor says. Have you learned anything from Selene? Nothing, Roy says. Just the same story, that the land itself is cursed, and that the temple puts the dead to rest. But only if there's a member of the Radiant Order caring for it.
The mayor nods her acknowledgement at Roy's report, then notices you.
Did you find any potions?
I did. Here.
Remove 1 healing potion. 1. Okay, that would go down over here. Roy takes it and administers it to the wounded woman on the table. Stiff with pain despite being unconscious, she visibly relaxes as the druid pours the healing elixir into her mouth.
That should do her, he says. She'll at least be stable until I can recover my healing spells. How was your patrol, adventurer?
Honestly, it was pretty uneventful, all things considered. But here, I found this garland in Tomlin's house.
He says as he examines it. This was a wedding garland. Not unusual in itself, mostly made of flowers that symbolize love, but also some poisonous blooms in the mix. And these red ones? They only bloom in the spring, so they should be dead and gone long ago.
He turns the garland over,
Watching the magical shimmer, the mayor looks on dispassionately. Well, I don't see any harm in it, he says. I think we could do with a diversion. I think we could do with a diversion, eh, adventurer? Let's bring this back to Maybelline's folks. It'll give them a little memento and something for us to do while we wait for the new priest. Without waiting for your reply, the energetic druid whisks you away from the tavern and on your way out of town.
I'll take a sip of my coffee. Hold on, make sure I went to the right place. Yeah, there we go.
You and Roy enjoy a companionable walk over to...
Out of Langston.
You and Roy enjoy a companionable walk out of Langston, in which you've come to terms with the events of the past few weeks. You briefly discuss Selene with Roy, voicing some concerns for her health and mental state. The poor lass was so sweet before, he says, and there'd be people taking advantage of that, but she was quite an important part of the community. It came as quite a shock to the town when Tomlin left her for Maybelline, especially so quickly.
Yeah, for real, 'cause he's a fucking capital R-A-K. Fuck that guy. Anyway.
As you and Roy make your way through the country roads, the clouds continue to roll in and light drizzle starts to fall. You're damp and chilled by the time you reach your destination. Roy knocks gently on the farmhouse door. Maybelline's mother opens the door and peeks out, but when she sees you and Roy, she gives you both a wide smile that doesn't reach her tired eyes. She looks thin, as if stretched too far, but that's to be expected given the recent events that have affected her family. If it isn't Roy and the adventurer who brought the priest to justice.
I don't remember what voice I did for her. I think I made her British. I don't remember. I probably made her British.
You must be freezing. Come in and warm yourselves by the fire. I already have a kettle on for tea. She escorts you into the communal living area with the fire crackling gently in the hearth. Maybelline's father is sitting on a rocking chair mending a harness for some beast of burden. He looks up, meets your eyes, and nods. His eyes are rimmed with red and dark circles encase his eyes. As Maybelline's mother bustles off toward the kitchen, Roy leans close to you and says under his breath, "Something is off here. I know these lands better than anyone, and something is wrong with the farm."
Oh?
You nod just as Maybelline's mother comes in from the kitchen with a teapot and 4 cups. While she busies herself with the tea, you pull out the garland you found at Tomlin's house and present it to Maybelline's parents. Their faces darken when they see it. "The adventurer found this in the home of your future son-in-law," Roy says, "so I thought you might want it, for closure." "That looks so familiar," Maybelline's mother says, squinting at the garland. "I think Maybelline made that herself, but weren't there 2? "There were definitely 2, the father says. "I remember Maybelline making them. She was humming and singing these funny little songs the whole time. Did you not find the other one?" Roy shoots you a loaded look. "This garland is unusual," he says. "Do you know where the other one is?" "I don't," says the father, and you can now see he's just ineffectually picking at the harness in his lap. "But you can take a look around if you think it will help." Maybelline's mother still hasn't poured any tea, and she's just staring at the steaming teapot. She looks up, just remembering you're there. "Oh, yes, please, anything you think might help." Shooting Roy a concerned look, you consider where you should look for the other garland, and maybe a clue to the couple's strange behavior. You could check Maybelline's bedroom, the kitchen, or see if there are any flowers in the garden.
Okay. Let's see. Let's check Maybelline's bedroom first. 381. You ask if it's all right to take a look in Maybelline's room, and her father just points. You and Roy look around carefully but thoroughly. You find a twin to the garland you found in Tomlin's cottage, tucked under Maybelline's pillow. It has the same shimmer you saw with the first one. You hand Roy Tomlin's garland while picking up Maybelline's. You feel that the ring of wildflowers tugs slightly toward its counterpart, as if the two were trying to touch. It's hard to explain where it might be coming from, but there's a sense of longing coming from the braided wildflowers in your hand.
You feel that too, eh? Roy says. This is looking more and more like some kind of enchantment, but nothing like any spell I've ever seen before.
The pull continues, for an insistent force. The pull continues, an insistent force pulling the wedding garlands toward each other.
Come here, adventurer. I want to try something.
Roy reaches out Tomlin's wedding garland to touch Maybelline's.
Just don't fall in love with me, eh?
The two strings of woven flowers touch each other, and the tugging sensation abruptly stops. The shimmer becomes a flash, and when your vision clears, both you and the druid are holding blackened chains of rotting flowers. Roll an intelligence arcana check. Okay, if you roll a 15 or more, go to 378. It's very fitting then that we've been using the floral dice I made. Okay, 15 or more, 378. 15 or below a 15, 395. Yeah. Okay, we have one more inspo. I'm gonna burn my last inspiration. I'm gonna use a secondary die. That is a 12 plus my arcana, which is a +2. Fuck, we still... Alright. We don't have any more. Under 15, go to 395.
Not exactly what I would expect of a love spell, Roy says. I would have thought they would want to be paired. This schmucks of...
Smacks, I'm gonna read it again.
Would have thought they would want to be paired. This smacks of dark magic, adventurer, but nothing I've ever heard of.
Can ask who in town might be able to
So, who in town might know something about this? If there's dark magic involved, are there any, I don't know, magicians, holy people around who might know?
Selene is the only one I can think of. She has studied these dark forces for years, and I still sense something on the property.
Blackened garlands to our inventory. So, now I'm thinking, Maybelline, being a shitty bitch that we kind of found that she was kind of a shitty person, she probably cast a love spell on Tomlin, is my theory. Because he was already kind of a rake, and I think she knew that, so she's like, ayo, love spell. But she wanted him for herself. And that's pretty clear. Okay. So we can look around the kitchen or head out to the garden. So I say let's go check the kitchen first. 374. Maybelline's parents barely seem to register your presence as you move from the common area into their kitchen. Your first impression is that the kitchen is like that found in any farmhouse anywhere in the land. Dried herbs hang from the rafters within reach. A cast iron pan sits on the stovetop, smooth with many years of seasoning. There are simple cooking utensils and enough plates and cups to accommodate the small family who lives there. But you and Roy look around all the same. Wrapped in an oilcloth at the back of a pantry, you find a hidden parcel of herbs and flowers. All the plants are oddly proportioned. Most are covered in thorns that seem to Most are covered in thorns that seem just a little too sharp, and leaves and flowers alike are rimmed with unnatural shades of purple and green. One of the blossoms is a deep midnight black, and another has a splash of color almost like a bloodstain. Nature check, okay. 14, and it's a DC 15, plus my nature, plus 2. Okay, so, let's see, 16 total. Not 393. That would be over here. There we go. You recognize these herbs, but only by reputation. You've never actually seen them with your own eyes. These are plants that only grow on unhallowed ground and are used as part of rituals to commune with the lower planes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay! You couldn't guess whether these open communication with devils of the 9 hells or demons of the abyss. I mean, we did find that fucking book that I'm like, hey yo, demon skin? We literally were already calling this shit. We're so good. We're so good, chat. 9 hells are demons of the abyss. But it is unusual to have them anywhere in a home, as they are also very toxic to mortals.
Aye, that they are, Roy says. Demons and devils are outside of my realm of knowledge, but Selene is an expert in the lower planes. She may have more insights.
Unhallowed herbs. Okay.
I don't think that these are enough to cause the disturbance I'm feeling here on this land, Roy says. Must be something else.
If you haven't done so, you can still examine Maybelline's room or go to the garden. Yeah, let's go to the garden. 392. You and Roy go out into the family's garden, and Maybelline's parents seem to not even notice you leave. They have a plot behind the farmhouse. You can see vegetables like string beans and tomatoes planted in neat rows, but the soil around them is teeming with weeds, and most of the plants seem scraggly with neglect. Shame. A few flowers are also in bloom, but not as many as could be. The whole outdoor space gives the impression of a well-planted garden that hasn't had any upkeep in a month or so. Still, you look around for the wildflowers you saw in the garland. They shouldn't be affected by the lack of care needed by the cultivated plants. Sadly, you can find no sign of the flowers. You do find something much more interesting. There is a patch of odd soil near the wall of the house, presumably under Maybelline's window. Unlike the rest of the garden, this soil is the same black as what you saw in the cemetery. What the fuck? This patch is too small to be a grave, but something could certainly be buried there. As you crouch down and start digging, Roy breaks off his own search to join you. He waits beside you in anxious silence as you scoop away the eerily dark earth. After a few minutes, you reveal that something was indeed buried here. You find a piece of parchment, stained a black-brown by the earth and completely covered with jagged, otherworldly script. There is a braid... Sorry, I read ahead and I was like, oh! There's a braided lock of hair strung through the strange message.
That looks like abyssal to me, Roy said. Can you read it? I certainly can't.
We can't read abyssal! If we can't go to 385. This is a through line in my life of D&D, not being able to read abyssal. Fuck. I just need to take it for every character because it keeps coming up, man. You can't read abyssal, and there's no way you can interpret what's on the page.
It may not work, Roy says, but maybe we could ask Selene. She speaks abyssal and will probably even know what it does.
You tuck away the little braid and the scrap of paper to bring to Selene later. Okay. Lock of hair. Anyone who didn't do the epilogue, I'm like, you're fools! There's so much juice here! And I didn't want to wait until, like, another day to do the thing, so we're just going a little long. Okay, lock of hair, and then scrap of paper. Haven't done so already. Okay, we've seen everything. There's nothing left, so let's go talk to Selene. 372. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sorry, I hear my Miss Meows downstairs being a baby. You and Roy bid farewell to Maybelline's parents, and her mother still half-heartedly offers you tea while her father barely looks up. It's honestly impossible to tell whether it's magical effects Roy can feel or if it's just the trauma of recent events.
Well, adventurer, Roy says outside, I think we haven't got any time to lose. Get on.
Before you can question what he means, Roy's form shifts into the powerful-looking pony. Hell yeah, fuckers! Let's go! All aboard the Roy Express! He tosses his red mane and prances alongside you, letting you climb on. Once you've gotten a grip on his neck, he takes off toward town at a gallop. He's just like being back home. He sprints into town and clatters through the cobblestone streets to the jailhouse near the town hall. You climb off of Roy and he reverts to his dwarven form. Both of you enter the jail together. Inside, it is gloomy. I'm gonna change our music here. Inside, it is gloomy, with little light coming in through the open door. Most of the light comes from the several oil lamps burning around a single jail cell. It looks like it's mostly used for drunks or traveling vagabonds to spend the night, but certainly the only occupant is Selene. She looks strange without her vestments. Instead of being dressed in a plain gray dress. I see. She looks strange without her vestments, instead being dressed in a plain gray dress likely donated by a woman in town. She is sitting calmly on the edge of a cot in her cell, hands over her knees and eyes on the wall. Still, her eyes dart to you and Roy as you enter. Roy, my dear friend, she says calmly. There is a chill in her voice. Thank you for visiting again. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Selene, darling, Roy says as he nervously wrings his hands. It pains me to ask, but I was wondering if I could please ask for your advice.
Selene looks between you and the druid.
Adventurer, you may have beaten me, but I am not broken. I will only help because you're asking Roy.
Can ask her about anything you have in your inventory. All right. We'll just start at the top. We'll ask about the garlands. 375. You hold up the wilted and blackened garlands for Selene to look at.
They look like wedding garlands, she says, and I have seen many in this town. As an officiant, of course. And these were healthy until you brought them close to each other.
You nod, and Roy backs you up.
It sounds like they were used as an anchor for some enchantment, but there was a pact written in bad faith.
She chuckles dryly at her own attempt at a pun.
There was likely some clause that said if these two objects ever came into contact, the spell would be broken. A condition that sows chaos like that sounds like a demonic entity.
You return the garlands to your pack.
Thanks, lass, Roy says. How are you holding up?
The same as yesterday,
Selene says.
So, where did you find these garlands?
We actually found one in Tomlin's house, and the other was in Maybelline's place under her pillow. Alright, that should be over and down.
she says, her cool exterior beginning to crack. That would mean that either Maybelline or Tomlin was the victim of an enchantment. A love spell of some kind. What else did you find?
Alright, we can show her the unhallowed herbs or the lock of hair. We'll start with the herbs. I'll take a sip of my drink. You pull out the bundle of unhallowed herbs and show Selene.
Well, plants are more Roy's specialty, she says, but I recognize these. They are distinctive for sure, and I often find them growing in the cemetery. What are they?
Roy clears his throat. Though I don't know how to process them, these are the ingredients for a
communion incense. I'm just gonna do that again.
Hello, welcome in, Raiders.
Though I don't know how to process them, these are the ingredients of a communion incense.
Communion with what?
Selene's eyes narrow, as though she already knows the answer. She takes a tentative sniff at the herbs. Not the sort of company I'd like to keep, Roy says, and Selene nods.
So, the girl was telling the truth,
Selene says, her gaze growing distant.
She really did put Tomlin under her power. I thought she was just mocking me. What did she trade for Tomlin?
The former cleric's eyes snap up to you. Roy takes a step back from her intensity. What else? Did you find anything else?
All right, so let's give her the lock of hair.
Ba-bum. 382.
You pull out the braided lock of hair and scrap of paper and hold it out to Selene. She recoils, her hand reaching for a holy symbol that is no longer there.
That's Tomlin's hair, she hisses. Where did you get that? When you tell her it was buried in Maybelline's garden, she reacts with shock and anger. It's pact magic, she snarls. An enchantment written in the language of demons.
So there is a price to be paid. Are her parents all right?
They're acting a bit strange, and there was something wrong with the place, Roy says with a shiver. As if the soil itself was crying out in pain.
Now that you've removed it from its... Now that you've removed this from their property, they shouldn't feel any more effects within a couple of days,
Selene says. Then she mutters absently, half at Roy.
So, that's what she meant by powerful friends. I just thought she was talking about some other yokel. So, what does this mean?
She looks away from the spell to lock eyes with you.
It means that I killed the man who loved me, she says. But I also got my revenge on the woman who made me do it.
Under the smoldering anger of her look, you take a step back from the cell bars. But as quickly as she turned, Selene takes a deep breath and apparently sheds her dark rage as she turns to her friend. We're done here, she says. You thank Selene for speaking with you and bid her goodbye. She looks at you down her nose.
I can't tell if you are truly noble or just in it for your own personal gain, she says to you. But you're not doing anything that I wouldn't have done in your place.
You open your mouth and thank her, but she cuts you off with a smile that reminds you of her wolf fangs. You take a step back from the cell and bump into Roy.
But I will still get my revenge someday.
Come on, Roy says to you, tugging you toward the door. It's time to go. Once outside, you see tears shining on the dwarf's cheeks and in his beard. He wipes his nose with his sleeve and huffs out a sigh. Selene was the best of us, he says. A truly good person who did what was right. But now a broken shell and a lunatic. My friend is gone, all thanks to some silly girl who couldn't bear to hear no.
Where the fuck did it take me?
There we go. You aren't quite sure what to say, but the druid speaks first. Come on, adventurer, he says. We both need some rest. It's another night on patrol for the both of us. Roy walks you back to the Pickled Hen, but instead of leaving for the grove, you see him shift into a reddish wolf form before curling up on the floor next to the fire. He's already begun to snore by the time you start climbing the stairs to your room. 389. You are enjoying your second uneventful nightly patrol and just finishing up the first watch. You're outside the Pickled Hen, and light is streaming out of the tavern windows, along with good-natured banter from the militia members you were leading. The innkeeper has been kind enough to keep the common room open late into the night, for the militia to eat and socialize after patrols. You've taken a moment to look out over the sleeping town. The clouds cleared while you slept, and now a full moon hangs in the starry sky above. The lamplighters have stayed home, while the risk of undead remains high, so the moon's cool white light is the only illumination.
I'm just scrolling to find it. There we go.
In the dappled shadows of the night, you almost miss a small movement across the street from the tavern. At first, you think it's just your eyes playing tricks on you, but you could swear you see a woman standing in the shadows, wearing a plain, rough-spun dress. The moonlight is playing tricks around her features, keeping her swathed in shadows. You can't even begin to make out the face except for a small, wry smile and light-colored hair tied back in a tight bun. But then you blink, and she's gone. You approach where you think you saw the odd figure, but nothing except a faint chill hanging in the air. You remember that there are still undead wandering the streets, and it would not be good to be caught alone. You return to the inn for a hot meal, a cool drink, and a good night's rest. You wake to the sound of a commotion downstairs in the tavern. It doesn't sound like another injured patrol, but there's a general din of voices in the common room. You ready yourself to go downstairs and see what the fuss is all about. You come down the stairs to a heated conversation between Mayor Anathram, Roy, and a tired-looking militia member.
"There's a problem," the mayor says.
"Well, the problem is gone," Roy says, "and that's the problem." Seeing your confusion, Roy gestures to the haggard militia member, still catching his breath.
"Please, don't make me try to explain it," he says. "Just come with me."
The group of you make your way to the jail. The mayor is walking so briskly that Roy has to jog to keep up. When you arrive, it takes you a moment to understand what you're seeing. What's left of the cell door's shattered lock is still glittering with an unnatural frost. A biting chill hangs in the air, and you can see your breath. The cell itself is empty, and you would guess it's been some time since late last night. And you would guess it has been since some time late last night.
"Adventurer," the mayor says, "what is this?"
She points to the floor where the frost forms a distinct pattern. Despite its jagged edges. A crescent moon. A new voice saves you from having to answer the mayor. So, what happened in this town of yours? Asks the newcomer. You, Roy, and the Mayor Anathram turn to the door where the cleric in a cleric in dusty white robes is peering into the jail cell. Roy walks up to the cleric.
Okay, so it's dude, I'ma redo that. So, what happened in this town of yours?
Asks the newcomer. You, Roy, and Mayor Anathram turn to the door where a cleric in dusty white robes is peering into the jail cell. Roy walks up to the cleric, a young man with stooped shoulders and light brown hair, and claps the holy man on the back.
It's a long story, lad, but we'll have plenty of time. As we get you settled into the temple. Let me show you the way. It seems your services are no longer required, Mayor Anathram says to you as Roy lets the cleric out. Thanks to you. Thank you. Where will you go next?
You look at the thick frost on the cell doors and floor, then think back to your moonlit encounter the night before. You tell the mayor that you're not sure yet, but whatever adventure comes next, you'll not do it alone. The end. And that is The Wolves of Langston, everybody. I loved it. I absolutely loved that. That was so fun. Oh, I'm so interested in all the different paths it could take. I'm really impressed with how this went. I'm really impressed with the storytelling, the way the story's woven. It really fits perfect. It is, in my opinion, really a perfect balance between like D&D and a good choose your own adventure novel. I think this was really well done. Man, that was good. I'm just seeing. So it ends on this image. I'll show you here. Just the empty jail cell with the moon. That was freaking fantastic. I had the best time with that. I think it was really well written. The characters were all really distinct. It felt like a good, proper mystery. Thank you for everyone who was here from episode 1 to this. And if you missed it, the VOD for episode 1 is up, I believe. Let me actually double check that before I start lying to ya. I'm actually gonna mute this music and I will start this. So, let me actually double check if the VOD is up because I don't want to lie to ya. It is up. So, episode 1 of The Wolves of Langston is available on my YouTube channel. So, if you just look up Sylla Aria on YouTube, you'll find me. I can actually link it here in chat for y'all. I'll do that real quick. There you go. There is the direct link to the VOD. My wonderful friend and editor also did up highlights for episode 1. So those will be, once I've reviewed them, going up this week, likely tomorrow on Monday. YouTube side, by the time this is up, the highlights will already be up for you. I'm really impressed, and I can't wait to do the next one. I'm not sure when I will be doing it yet, but we might have a little in between before the next installment in Yuala's adventures. So, for first time out with an obvious mimic adventure, you tell them, buddy. That's the wolves. That's the werewolves. I think for our first time out with an obvious mimic adventure, I think this went great. I'm really, really impressed. So, I'm gonna leave it there for today. I'm gonna leave
this episode of The Wolves of Langston there. Thank you all so much for going on this very spooky, fun adventure. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you all for the next adventure of You All Arose. Goodbye!